Welcome back, everybody, for day two of the 5 day speaker series. For today's agenda, we have speaker from Ticket.com, Ajaib Financier, and Ice House. Once again, we would like to remind everybody to join the Garuda Hacks Discord link and to check your emails regularly for updates. Without further ado, we would like to invite our first speaker, Astrid Kalista from Ticket.com.
Hi. Oh, okay.
Hi.
Hello, everybody. Great. Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Great. I think I'm going to start uh, with sharing my screen. So let's see. Let's hope this works. Okay. Cool. Great. Okay. I think I'm just going to start right ahead with this. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Garuda Hacks 2.0. Uh, I'm here from ticket.com and I hope that you guys will be able to get something out of my sharing session today. Um, it's quite a short one, but I'm hoping it's going to be a fruitful and helpful one for you guys, especially with the hackathon sessions coming up. Okay, so let's just start. I'm naming this session makes your solution matter. Identify and validate your problem. I guess that's what we need, right? Before we start building something, before we start thinking of what are we going to make. I think the first step is to make sure we're building and we're making the right thing. So I hope that's where this session can be helpful. Quick intro. My name is Astrid Kalista. I'm a product manager lead at ticket.com. You guys can find me on LinkedIn under my name, Astrid Kalista. I'm an alumni of Utrecht University in the Netherlands. So shout out to everyone from PPI Blanda, from the uh, students gathering, their students organization in the Netherlands. I'm an accidental product manager who actually dreamt of becoming a Disney animator. So that was quite a change of career, should I say? But even though it was accidental, but I have to say it's been quite rewarding so far. My previous experience includes being a product manager at Unicorn e-commerce and a small private startup. So I kind of have a taste of both worlds, you can say. And I was also a full-time lecturer at the Universitas Pelita Harapan, or UPH in Jakarta. Okay, so let's start. We're all here for the hackathon. We have problems that we want to solve, right? But the question is, which problems are we going to solve? In my daily life as a product manager, my main job is actually my goal is to solve problems, to provide solutions, innovations that are actually useful, that can be used. But where to start? There's a lot of problems in our world. There's a lot of problems out there that we can solve. The question I think we can start with, which one do you want to solve? What kind of problems do you guys want to solve? Are you thinking of company problems like increasing revenues or getting brand awareness of your platform, for example, or your product? Or are you thinking of product problem? I want to build something that is better than existing products or solutions, for example. I want to create a solution that is better than what we have at the moment. Well, to be honest, both aren't exactly the main issue most of the time. Yeah, I'm not going to say always, but most of the time. Because usually the most important thing to solve is user problem. Product problems are usually user problems. Why people aren't using our products, why people find our competitors better in their eyes. Well, better is a relative statement, but it's probably because the other products are able to solve their problems better, faster, or easier. So yeah, It all comes down to user problem. So I think that's where we need to start. Our goal is to identify issues, user issues, and then we try to solve them with our product. We need to see what users are struggling with. Otherwise, I don't think we will be able to deliver a product that is actually relevant, that is actually usable. And once we have a good product that can solve that problem, usually, this is the good thing about it, in my opinion, company problems can be solved as well. If we go with my example, which is company problem is we want to increase revenue, of course, right? We want to have sustainability. Well, at the end of the day, that's something that can be solved if your product is actually good. Your product can solve user problems. Then user keeps coming back, and of course, your sales increase or your usage increase, and at the end of the day, you get revenue. So yeah, number one to solve, number one to think about is user problem. So before you start this hackathon, maybe the first step is to make sure that you know which user problem that you've discovered, which ones have you identified. And then once you've detected the problem, your goal should be to create a solution that solves it, that fits the market, that there is indeed a need for this solution, that the problem you've identified isn't just faced by a handful of people, for example, but it is really a persistent issue experienced by a lot of users. And I think you've probably heard of the term product market fit, right? That's basically also the goal of a product manager, of a product person. Our product or solution, to put it very simply, must fit or suit the market. Not just that one or two users, they will not, you know, uh, solve your company problem like we mentioned before. They will not prove that your solution is effective, but we need to be able to solve market problems, answer the existing needs out there, or probably we should create demand. Whatever it is, your solution should be one that is effective and needed. That's like very simply put. And when you have a good product market fit, it's very easy to tell. When you know that what you're creating or what you're proposing is a good one, it's really useful, then it's very easy to tell. You get word of mouth spreading. People will start recommending your products. Hey, you guys want to travel? Use ticket.com. For me, that's like a huge pride because, hey, it means this user has a very good experience with ticket.com. Ticket.com managed to solve their issues, answer their needs, and they want to recommend others to do the same. People whom they know probably experience the same problems as they do. So word of mouth is spreading. Users are getting value out of the product. Sometimes we get it by ratings. You see the user ratings, you see the user feedback on social media, etc. And of course, usage is growing because at the end of the day, if your product is good, people get to know it, people will use it. So that's the flow that I think should happen. When you identify a problem, start with the user first. Because at the end of the day, user is the center of what we're trying to offer, right? They are our goal. We want to help them live easier in a way. Now then, you found the issue. You guys know what you want to build. You guys know what you're going to solve, right? You're excited about it. And you think that because it fits the market, it has a good chance to succeed. But it doesn't stop there. Perfection doesn't exist, even if the product market fit is good. We need to validate continuously that we have indeed identified the right problem and the right solution. So how are we going to do that? Well, the easiest, I'm going to say the easiest because this is something that is by default, right? If you already have a solution out there and you need to pay attention to customer complaints, that's the hardest voice of all. You need to know how the customer react. Yeah, how they use it, what do they feel about it. So always pay attention to customer complaints. It's not a fun thing to do, hearing people say that your product lacks this, that this doesn't really solve their issues, but at the end of the day, they are the users. they are uh they are whom we develop this for, so we need to listen to that. And then another way to do that, especially if you don't have a product out there yet, we can start by getting into the customer shoes, know their journey, try to map their customer journey, interview them, talk to them, find their problem, whether it's existing problems or potential problems down the road that you think, oh, by talking to them, they will come across these problems along the way. And, just talk to them. And if you already have a product out there, you can find out about this more in details. Go through the step by step. For example, it's a payment thing that they're trying to do. They want to pay with your feature, with your app, or with your solution, but they didn't manage to complete their task. Where do they stop? What's their problem? What stops them? Is it because they're confused with their interface? Is it because they don't know how to proceed to the next step, for example? Or is it because they think, you know what, this is too much for me? I'm not going to use this. This doesn't help. You- We need to get into their shoes, know exactly what they're going through step by step. And of course, all this for the sake of improvement. We need to continuously ask ourselves what could be better, what could be faster, what could be easier, not for us, but for the users. Again, I'm just going to be repeating this over and over again. Please don't be bored, because at the end of the day, it's all about the user. That's the thing that I really want to, hammer down tonight. Okay, so far, you guys know more or less the problems that you've identified, what you want to solve for the users, and you've thought about the solutions. And now I think the next steps, which may or may not be done, it depends sometimes on your time limit, but I really, really recommend this, is the problem validation. Once we found ways to validate our problems, we can see whether these problems really need to be solved, and then how and when to solve them. In other words, the problems we identified earlier and the solutions we've thought up for those problems, are they really relevant, needed, and effective? That idea you have for this hackathon, are they actually worth building? Do they really answer the most crucial issues users are facing? And the solution that you thought about, is it really going to be worth developing? Is it effective? And later, when you maybe become product managers, or when you're building real life applications or solutions, it's the same questions all over again. It's actually the same things that I face on a daily basis. I have a problem, I have potential solutions, but is this problem really worth solving? Are my solutions really the proper solution for it? Will users be happy with it? And this is where validations comes in. These are the things that I mentioned, problems and solutions are usually just a product person's assumption, guts, our gut feeling. I think if I put this button here, then the user should be able to see it and use it. I think if we put this feature here and cut this step shorter, the user will be able to check out faster, etc. I think it all starts with I think. It starts with hypothesis. The famous word for it in the product world is your hypothesis, and you need to be able to test it. Make sure that it is, your assumptions are valid, and data will come in handy. Validation comes in handy. We need to look at how users are actually doing it in real life. You know, get the facts, get the data, and then we may be validated. Oh, our hypothesis seems to be correct. This should be the direction that we're going. Most users are struggling with this, or it's not always happy ending. Sometimes our hypotheses are proven wrong. This is not what users need. They don't really care about it that much. Our solution is not the right one for them. They don't use it. Or they don't, it doesn't matter to them. They much prefer a different way to do things. They still complain. Things can happen. But regardless, this validation step will really help you set your course straight, because in real life we'll also have limited resources, right? We have time limitations, financial limitations, resources limitations, and we have a lot of problems to solve. So we need to be able to be sure, to a certain extent, that we're on the right track, that we have the proper solution for the right problems. So after all that being said, I'm just gonna give a slight small example of what we've done or what we're doing at ticket.com. I'm a lead product manager for a platform team, which is platform acquisition. And one of the squads in my team handles members or user management in ticket.com application. This account page is one of the things that we manage, that we try to improve. It's our product. Now, we have a plan. We want to improve the customer journey on this page. We want to make the interface easier for users to understand. By the way, I'm sorry I forgot the screenshot is in Indonesian, but the menu names is thankfully the features, most of them are in English. um so yeah, the goal is to make this interface easier to understand. We want to improve this, how help user quickly get what they need, see the information they need, and of course we want to improve performance. So that's the goal. That's my agenda. That's half company problem, half product problem, but mostly user problem. Because again, the goal is to make sure user, when they enter this page, they know exactly what they need to do to accomplish their task. I have limitations though. I have limited time. I have limited resources. Improving this whole page, everything, all the features, all the menus in it will take a long time and will require full effort from our resources. While at the same time, these resources aren't dedicated. It's shared between my squad and other squads. So where do we start? What should we do first of all? Which improvement will help users most with least effort? Maybe in your context, you have an allocated amount of resources as well, but probably time is your worst enemy on this case, in this case, because you only have a few days or a week to develop your product and you need to come up with a solution and present it. So yeah, I think more or less the restrictions are the same. So the question is this: where do we start, right? What should I do? Well, we have our hunches. One of my first hunches, one is actually that I can easily rename things. I don't have to revamp the whole thing, make the layout better, the UI prettier or simpler. All I need to do is just change the wordings, the naming of the menus. Like for example, smart profile. What pops into a user's head when they read smart profile? Are they thinking my profile is so smart? It can fill it on its own. It can detect my ID card. It can read my passport. I don't know. Smart can mean a lot of things, especially in this day and age, right? Where everything is claimed to be smart. But is that the thing that user wants? Probably the only thing they want to do is improve their passenger data. They want to make their passenger data more complete, put in their ID card number, passport number for next booking so it can be faster. So where to do that here? Or they want to, just make sure to edit their account, update their phone numbers, or update their mom's phone numbers, being the mom as one of the passengers they're gonna travel with. Where are they supposed to do that? It doesn't really help this. So, you know, is my profile smart enough for that? I think the second one you probably noticed, which is also quote unquote smart, is smart pay. Like, what does this do? If I click here, will it, help me check out faster? In what way? Is it something that will connect automatically and, knows my credit card number, what's going on? So yeah, and those are my hunches. I feel like these smart terms don't really help user. So to validate those hunches, I went to customer service because that's actually the easiest way to start. If you already have a product out there, the easiest way to find out users' temperature, put a finger on their pulse, is to gather their complaints and their inquiries. And from what I gathered, thankfully, my hunch was quite correct. Most of our inquiries, confused users asking and complaining, are because they want to update their passenger data and they don't know where to do it. So that smart isn't it an issue? And then the second part is I try to see their behavior. We have trackers in our app to see what user clicks, what user swipes, what are they doing. And it is indeed the most accessed or the most used feature on this page is the passenger data. So that's really why user go to this account page in the first place. Most of them want to do something with their passenger data. Most of them want to see how they can, you know, complete it. So yeah, the complaints are valid. So once I get this, it validates my hunch. I need to do something about this. The next step is I discuss my possible solutions that I have in mind with other stakeholders internally and also brainstorm with them. And we also went to interview a selected group of users, do our research. Like, do you really struggle with this? That's what we want to know. And thankfully, after that, we realized yes, indeed, that's where the biggest problem lies for this page. So once we get all that, I know what I'm doing. I know I have proposed solutions. I know the problem. The next thing, which is probably not a product thing, like it's not in a lot of product manuals, but this is something that I usually do. I will always go to the engineers and see development effort, because at the end of the day I may have a perfect solution for it in mind, but again I have limitations, I have constraints. So estimating development effort is also an important step, because that's when I realize, oh, my solution, my perfect ideal solution cannot be implemented now due to the constraint. So how can I do this then? Clearly, users are complaining on a daily basis. Users are inquiring, they're confused, but I don't have the resources yet. What should I do? Well, at the end of it, thanks to this, I'm able to prioritize solution based on the results of all these steps. After brainstorming with the design team, we decided we're not gonna revamp the whole look and feel or the whole user journey first, but we'll start with reducing user confusion. Let's scrap the smart terms. Let's just use passenger data. To the point. Passenger data. This is the place for you if you want to edit, manage your passenger data. If your passport is expiring, please enter here and update it. As simple as that. And then payment method. We also have a lot of complaints from users saying, I want to delete my credit card, which I've saved. But where to do it? They don't know what smart pay is. So yeah, we change it into payment methods. This is where all information about your payment is saved, where you've saved them, and where you can manage them to make it easier. So that's a very simple solution. It's just changing words. It didn't require development. It didn't require a lot of revamping and everything, but it serves the purpose of solving user problems. So that's actually a very small example of what we've done, which I hope can give you a better idea of, sometimes it's not about the flashy stuff, because at the end of the day, it's all about solving user problem. For me personally, it's pretty much useless. If you have a very fancy app, it looks super good, UI is super cool, UX is super clear, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really solve user problems. It's not what they need. Yeah, it's a bit, yeah, useless. So for me, it's the other way around. It's not about showing off. It's not about looking the best. Of course, it has to, look good for users to be able to use it. But at the end of the day, if it's not super flashy, but it solves user problem, for me, that's hitting the nail on the head. That's it. That's what I'm looking for. So yeah, um, that's more or less something that I really want to share with you guys. And I think also some of you probably wondering like why this at Ticket, or maybe you guys have some ideas of your own about ticket.com and why I'm here. I've worked in e-commerce before and other places. Well, to be honest, I may be solving like what I just shown, little things. It seems like little things, but I learn a lot at Ticket, and I do realize as a user myself. So here's the thing, I started as a user. I know we have a lot of to improve. We're the underdog, but that's the thrill for me. As a user, I want what's best for my people, for the users. I don't work at companies whose product I don't use, or at least I believe in. I'm a traveler. I've used a lot of traveling online travel apps before, starting from Agoda when it was still just a website, no app, um, all the way into Booking.com, Klook, Traveloka, of course, and I ended up at Ticket.com because I used it as well. And I do realize solving user problems here is something that I'm able to do freely. Like I'm given the room to think about users, to make decisions about this, to learn, to basically be part of determining what's best for the users and growing the company. So, and their vision, which I really like, is to really focus on traveling. Ticket is about making sure that our users are happy, making sure that we are customer centric, We take complaints very seriously. We're not perfect, but we're trying to grow for as much as we can to make sure our users are happy. And I cannot wait to see what we're going to do, because we have a lot in plans at the moment. I cannot tell you guys, unfortunately, but yeah, there are exciting things to look forward to. And yeah, that's why it's also an honor for me to be part of this journey, to be honest. So I hope my short sharing session, if I may call it that way, could help you a bit in jump starting this hackathon. Really think about the problems that you want to identify. Make sure you validate it. Make sure you have the right solution within the right limitations of resources to actually, answer that, to solve that problem. I really hope it helps. And as per Tikat's tradition, we always close with what we call pantun, like an Indonesian haiku, you may say, in English though this time. So wake up with a view. Good luck and thank you. I hope you guys learn a lot and experience so many cool things during this hackathon. And if you have questions, feel free to ask me anything. That's it from me. Thank you so much, team Garuda Hacks.
Hey Astrid, thank you so much for sharing your experience and just basically talk about ticket.com just now. It was a really amazing presentation from you.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, we would just like to remind that coming up in 30 minutes, we have Winston Lace, the CTO from Ajaib to speak. And yeah, feel free to drop your question for Astrid.
If
But
any.
yeah, okay. Hearing from your presentation, um, I'm really interested to get to know more actually about your role. So, as a product manager, what's the biggest challenge that you have encountered at Ticket.com?
It's exactly what I said, which is I want to solve user problems. I have a lot of things I want to do, which I feel like it's gonna, help them or make Ticket at least a better app. But at the same time, we have limitations. So a product manager is kind of like a juggler in a way, a negotiator and a director. So you have to make sure that everything is aligned. You have your priorities straight. You talk to engineering, you talk to stakeholders. Everybody has something they want to do, right? And it's
Mm,
your job to kind of tell them which ones should be done first and
mm,
why, of course, and then evaluate it once it's done. So yeah, I think my biggest challenge on a day-to-day basis is finding the balance between all that, you know,
mm.
delivering results at the same time with our limited resources. That's the art of it, I guess, for me.
So, time management and also project management would be really
Everything.
important. Yeah,
We're kind of like the jack of all trades. I think all product managers will agree we're a jack of all trades.
yeah, yeah. That's like amazing to hear. But um, apart from that, like, what has been changing ever since like the pandemic? So, um, like due to like COVID, because like I know that your team would be like working remotely,
Yeah.
and things change like drastically due to the pandemic. What's
Mhm.
like the main challenge for thecat.com?
I think one of the main challenge was during the 2019, when the pandemic really started. It was a huge hit for everybody. Everyone was in shock,
Mm,
and everything just kind of went to a full stop. uh, our biggest problem back then was actually refunding. People stopped traveling.
mm,
So the whole company kind of shifted into how we can help our customer service team, our refund team, uh, yeah, refund all the monies and make sure
mm,
our customers can be refunded fully, because of course they are
mm,
also worried about their finances,
mm.
right, and everything.
Got
So
it.
it became that for a bit, and then
Wow.
once everything is settled down, we started thinking more about how we pivot this business as well. So it's not just about, of course we cannot rely on let's do a promotion giving out discounts for flights or hotels, because nobody is leaving their houses. So yeah, at that time we pivoted more into how we can help others feel or not trapped in a way at
Mm.
home. We try to, uh, solve their issues on boredom, on being unable to travel. So we did a lot more push on the things to do or events entertainment section. We
Mm-hmm.
provide webinars, we stream podcasts online, events like movies, stuff like that. We try to do that. So it helps people shift their mind from actually physically traveling, but still, have that sense of entertainment even while they're stuck at home. So that was one of the things that had to be done and pivoted
Mm.
during the pandemic. But thankfully now, yeah, the working from home was a bit of something to get used to, but I think everybody struggled with that at the start. I joined during the pandemic, by the way. So I moved from
Mm.
the e-commerce and the pandemic. So yeah, it was also a bit of an adjustment. But
Yeah.
yeah, the culture is great, thankfully. So I'm still here working with the team. Thankfully, it's everything is good. Yeah. And then yeah, we started pivoting that and everything is good. Now we're seeing sales again. The world is thankfully improving. COVID rate is low. So
Yeah.
even in 2021 now, it's only been like 11 months, right? It's not the end of
Yeah.
the year yet, but thank we have recovered. So things
Amazing.
are really looking up in the travel industry. I suggest everyone here who's thinking of joining the travel industry to not be afraid. Seriously, things are looking up, guys. Like people are revenge traveling with a storm. Like all good.
Yeah, that's really great to hear that it's recovering and everyone's like, yeah, super excited to travel again and can't
Yep,
wait for the international borders to open soon as well. And yeah,
exactly.
and we have a few comment and question
Hmm.
from the audience. So far from Farhan Khan. So he stated that actually he think that security issue is also important while transaction is
Yes,
also as important because we are holding a very sensitive data, and if somehow it leaked, then this would be a huge mistake. Do you have
yep.
any like thoughts about that?
Agree. We're actually very concerned about data. So everything we save that is personal identification, we make sure that they're encrypted and that we follow the guidelines of the government and also the international ones like Apple have their own thing, right? Google,
Mm.
GDPR for the Europe one. So we try as much as we can, of course, to do the best practices to implement that. That is very important indeed. We also handle this not just internally. We work with third parties as well to ensure
Mm.
that payment data, especially right, credit cards and everything, are secure. So yeah,
So everything in ticket.com is like secure, so
we
you don't
have
need
to.
to worry about.
We're
Yeah.
trying our best. Yeah, because yeah,
Mm.
I think the good thing about it is as well. I think the awareness of security
Mm.
lately has been increasing. I'm not saying
Mm.
we're perfect because, to be honest, I'm gonna be very blunt here. If Google and Facebook at that scale, Amazon can still be hacked, then to be honest, nothing is safe in this world. But that doesn't mean that we slack. That doesn't mean that we can just be, oh, it's fine if they get hacked, then we will eventually get hacked. That's not the right mind to do it. But at the same time, we need to manage our expectation as well that, as much as we try, there will always be a chance or an opportunity that someone got through it. That's why we try our best to work with as many or get as many inputs as possible, get help. We don't feel like we know everything. We always try to strive for the best.
It's really great to hear that the Cat.com values feedback. And also, another question from Rafi. Do you
Hmm.
have any tips on managing like personal project, maybe around something that held back a lot, for example, because of like due to like
Procrastination.
procrastination? Yeah.
Well, that's also my problem, to be honest. I am an expert procrastinator since like in school and had a lot of issues with it. But I think one of the things that I don't know whether this is relevant, but one of the things that I learned to navigate as a product manager is being overwhelmed. I realize sometimes we're so overwhelmed and we're so challenged by the things that we have to face, the tasks the list that we have to go through, that we ended up procrastinating, because you know what, this is too much. Let me do this tomorrow. And then tomorrow you have other things added, and then you'll be, oh, this is even more. Let me do this tomorrow. And it never ends. So one of the things that I learned is what I mentioned also, prioritization. It helps to kind of narrow down your view. So if you have like 10 things to do, which ones are actually most important for you to do, to accomplish today or tomorrow or in the shortest period of time? Do those things first, and then once you check those off the list, you go through to the next prioritized ones. For me, it helps reduce the overwhelming feeling, and it helps motivate me to not procrastinate, because I know I can do this just one thing. That's all I need to do for now. Maybe, I hope that's relevant, because there's a lot of things that can cause procrastination, I don't know. But for me, that helps.
Yeah, and maybe adding a bit from my own experience, I think it's also important to always do like the small things, things that you can get things done in like 2 3 minutes to actually
Hmm.
action it right away, so that you will not procrastinate. Mm.
Yep, for sure.
So yeah, you guys feel free to just drop in your question, but as we're still waiting for other question, maybe I'm just gonna ask more about the company's culture. So I heard that you really love like ticket.com because of the company's culture. So yeah, just want to ask you more regarding to the company culture at ticket.com. Maybe you can explain more about it.
Well, no company is perfect. That's one thing. That's something that I think everyone should be aware of, because otherwise you'll be searching for your entire lifetime. At the end of the day, for me personally, it's about what are you looking for in life. I'm personally looking for a work life balance, a place where I can still achieve things, grow, and learn. At the same time, I still have my mental health, my physical health, where I can pursue other things in my life, taking care of my other priorities. And to be honest, this is the place where I can do that at ticket.com. Yes, our days are packed for sure. And yes, there will be days when, you have urgent projects, you have to work overtime in this fast paced environment. Everyone knows that the tech world kind of never sleeps. But at the end of the day, it's not all like that. There will be times when I can easily just tend to my needs, do pottery classes, like hang out with friends without having the fear of my Slack ringing or my phone ringing. Because I did come from a place where, I'm not gonna bet, but that's why I didn't name the company. But I left because I was burnout, and Ticket was the Ticket is the place where, yeah, I'm still here. And I'm not burnout, I'm still okay. And also the culture, the leaders are very supportive. If you tell them that you're burning out, if you tell them that you're overwhelmed and you're exhausted, they will work with you to find a solution. They're not perfect. There are some things, of course, that you will never be satisfied with, and some things that you feel like can be done better. But for me personally, having leaders, the people team, your work colleagues who understand, wants to listen, and wants to solve things and help you, get better and make you be a better you. That's why I'm still here. That's why I love the T fam, we call it, the Ticket family. That's why for me.
Yeah, I think work-life balance is a really important thing nowadays, and with all like this burnout culture, everyone's striving to
Uh-huh.
be perfect, to achieve
Yep.
more. I think it's a really important thing to always maintain the balance between our like work, life, relationship, and everything else.
Yep.
Um, Apart from that, so
Hmm.
what are some of the highlights from working at Decathlon.com? Maybe you can name like events or annual celebration that you guys have
Right.
maintained.
Well, we have our annual event is always the OTW, the one with the thunder, Harga Gledek. So like super, like huge sales back to back for 5 days in a week in a row, once a year. We have that, and for me, it's exciting because that's when like people are usually on standby. We're communicating very intensively. Everyone's excited, make sure everything's going well, and seeing people's responses like, whoa, finally I can go on this staycation because I got the super cool price at ticket.com. Everyone's waiting for it, saving up for it. That's one of the highlights for me each year, because it's just exciting to, that's when people starting to communicate more, right? Because you need help from everybody coming together. So that was what for me was a highlight as well. Personally, for my team, this is a bit of a weird highlight this year. We managed to be the first OTA that integrates with Peduli Lindungi, which is the Indonesian's government's initiative for contact tracing, and yeah, basically for contact tracing and saving your vaccination data, right? So for international people. So to give more context, Peduli Lindungi is the app, or yeah, the app that is used to make sure you're okay before you're checking in into buildings, make sure you're vaccinated and stuff like that. And we are the first OTA to integrate with that. So users, if they buy flights or hotel whatever at our platform, they can easily also make sure that their vaccination records are already in Paduinungi in the government, so they can fly. So that integration is probably one of my highlights, because I really feel like it can help users, and the data showed that a lot of users are actually using that. That's I think one of the things, because you're actually contributing something. And also, what's fun, this is also why I love culture at Ticket. It was a project that requires speedy delivery. So my team was kind of, rushed for it. We did our best. We stayed up late, worked weekends,
Mm.
and I had Google meetings on 1:30 a.m. on a Friday night on my day off. But it's a one-time thing, guys. Don't worry. It's not something in my year in Ticket. That's the one time I did that. But at the end of the day, we delivered good results, and the board is appreciative of it. And they say, and I told them, like, I wish I can treat my team, appreciate them, tell them that good job, we did this, for this nation and everything. And they were like, okay, go for it. Just tell me how much you're gonna spend. This is the budget. We have a budget for team outings and celebrations. Use that, even if this is an extra budget. Appreciate your team. Tell them it's a good job. Tell them we thank them as well. So, that culture of appreciation, you rarely get that, I think, these days in other companies. So that's also why, yeah, a highlight for me this year.
Yeah, I think it's really great to hear that Ticket.com really value the people and people and just like appreciate them for the value that they bring to the company. I think is a really important thing nowadays to always be like appreciative and to always
For sure.
value people. Yeah, because people is like the key to everything in the company. Mm,
Exactly. Yep.
yeah. Apart from that, do you also have any like project at Tika.com that you are most proud of, or maybe it's like the most challenging project for you that you would love to share to everyone else here?
For now, that's the thing, the Paduinungi integration thing. Because we have two
Mm.
integrations in one. It's not just scanning, but
Oh.
also it's not just scanning, but really checking your vaccination status. So yeah, even if you're not scanning anywhere, you can still see that, your data is in there. So that helps. And not just for yourself, but actually for your passengers. So for example, you want to
Mm.
travel with your mom, just put just you can check your mom's data and your data, your vaccination data from our application. That's one of the things. We also had a program that we're temporarily switching off at the moment, which is the referral
Mm.
program.
Mm.
uh, it's currently on hold because we were focusing on the huge event for the OTW. Well, people are rushing to get that, so it's gonna be re-released soon, hopefully with better benefits for our users. And yeah, there's a lot of things we have. I'm not the main PIC, but I'm also part of the co-branding thing for the BCA collaboration. So if you get a credit card bcaticket.com, you get huge rewards. And to be able to sync our system with BCA is also something that I'm quite proud of. Because I don't because I'm a platform team, most of what we do is not really visible for users, but when it's there, it works for everything. So yeah, I think I really take prides on those things. But there are a lot coming up. not yet there yet. It's still in the development session. Next year you'll be able to see, I think, a lot more things from my team.
Amazing. Super, excited to look at that. And maybe because I'm not in Indonesia right now, but when I
Ah.
come back, I'm super excited to see what ticket.com has, innovate. And
Mm.
maybe usually people would love to ask, okay, we got another question from Amin. So, what qualification do I have to be part of Ticket software engineering team? So I have a lot of skill set, but I'm not from a popular university. So what value does TCAT team hold?
Well, we don't really look at the university as uh, a measurement of your skills and experience, to be honest. Just apply. And then there will be tests, right? There will be, screenings. And if you have the skills for it, welcome. We'll be glad to have you on board and help us. We come from very various different backgrounds. We have people working on our satellite offices as well in Jogja, Jakarta, in Bali. Um, it really doesn't matter where you what university you studied at. To be honest, it's all about your skills. As long as you can pass the test, you're qualified. Welcome for sure. Please apply. We're looking for a lot of engineers at the moment. We have such huge plans for 2022. We need a lot of help. We need a bigger team. We're growing. So yeah, welcome. Please apply.
Okay, because in 5 minutes we will have Winston Lace from Ajaib to talk. Uh, so for the last 5 minutes, maybe we can discuss more about openings and maybe internship program at ticket.com because
Hmm.
people are always excited to be an intern. So
Yeah.
yeah, could you please tell us more about the internship?
We are also part of the Campus Merdeka initiative where people can, I think, join as interns as part of the government program. But in Ticket itself, we have internship from time to time in different various departments within Ticket. So it's not like there's a particular time of the year. It's more like when we are opening the opportunity, it will be posted in our career site. So yeah, and one thing that I do can share, I know that there have been like issues with internships, right? Like payment issues. Like there's a lot of scandals lately going on in Indonesia about that. And I'm proud to say that even our chief people officer, our head of the people team, he always adheres to rules, regulations. So there will be no interns getting, underpaid or overworked. Everything here is done by the book. Everything, to a point where I'm like, stop doing this. It's such a hassle. But no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we do that by the book. So we'll make sure that the interns get what they need to get. Like, what goal do they want to achieve? We always ask our interns that. What do you want to learn? And who is going to mentor them? There will be an assigned person. So I cannot say like how many openings we have at the moment, but of course we're always open for internship. And sometimes if we are really looking for it, it will be on the career side, or you can always go through Campus Merdeka because we had like over 30,000 or something. The numbers were crazy. Like even our recruitments are like a bit swamped at that time. Not a bit, they're very swamped. But yeah, please don't be discouraged. If you're interested as an intern, as a product intern, you can always like message me on the LinkedIn, see whether there's opportunities, and maybe I can help for product interns. Not sure about the other departments, but always free to ask.
That's
I hope
good
that
to
helps. I'm
hear.
not sure about what's coming up, to be honest.
Okay. Um, so yeah. So in your team itself, like the
Mm.
product my product team, do
Mhm.
you have any internship position right now?
Not in my product team at the
Mhm.
moment. I'm not sure about other teams though. There may be. I used to have one. Like literally in
Oh.
2020, I had how many was it? One or two? Oh, kind of forgot. I interviewed. Oh, I ended up with only one. I had a product intern who helped us with a lot of processes, and they get to learn and experience how it is to be a product manager. I did have that, but this year, no intern on my team. Probably there because we were already collaborating with the government, with the Campus Merdeka team, so we got the interns from that flow instead of from people coming up to me and applying to be interns.
Okay. So,
Mm.
um, yeah.
So just give it a go. You'll never know.
So yeah, everyone here is encouraged to just apply to
Yeah.
ticket.com. Yeah. Um, okay. Thank you so much for sharing. And yeah, we really appreciate your time and your willingness to share your personal experience and your tips and tricks as well. And yeah, we really hope that you have a great time sharing session
Thank
here
you.
at Garuda
Most
Hacks.
welcome. Thank you for having me. Thank you for your willingness to listen to my ramblings. I hope I helped.
Thank you so much.
Most welcome.
All right, guys. Up next, we will have Ajaib. So we will have the CTO of Ajaib and also the co-founder, Winston Lace, to talk with us and share his experience with us. We will be back. So, for our next guest, we would like to invite Winston Lace from Ajaib. Winston Lace is the co founder and CTO of Ajaib, a stock exchange application and Indonesia's fastest unicorn. Prior to Ajaib, Winston founded Zero, a boutique tech consultancy. Winston obtained his bachelor degree in computer engineering and computer science from the University of Southern California. Take the stage, Winston.
Hello. Okay, I have to share my screen here. Okay, hi everyone. All right. Hello, and this is my talk introducing everyone to enterprise software development. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Winston, and I'm the co-founder and CTO of Ajaib. And here in Ajaib, our mission is to basically simplify investing, especially for first-time investors in Indonesia. And our mission is to introduce these first-time investors to the next generation of modern financial services. And at Ajaib, typically our products is mostly investment based. Like, for example, you can buy and sell mutual funds and stocks on our platform. Okay. So let me tell you more about Ajaib and how Ajaib's tech team turned problems in the market into possibilities. Ajaib started in 2018, and in 2019 is when we launched our mutual funds product initially, and in 2020 is when we acquired a stock brokerage and we launched our stock trading app along with our mutual funds. And now in 2021, we have a total of 1 million stock investors on Ajaib out of a total of 3 million stock investors in Indonesia. So we have achieved amazing growth during that time. And I want to just share with you guys, some of the software development practices that we practice at Ajaib that we think is important and helped us grow this fast. So, taking a step back, also this is also a good time to talk about how did I kickstart my career as a software developer. I think it's a very common question among new people in the industry, and especially for students who are taking CS degrees in universities, and they are wondering, like, how do I start? How do I get into this industry? And I think like anything else in life, it is always taking that first step is always really difficult, but it always begins with that first step. So you can start your career in many ways. Like, it could be you have an opportunity to think of a cool project with your friends at school, and you want to build an app together, like, and you through the project, even though it may be small, maybe it doesn't have any users in the beginning, but that first step of making that project, designing that user interface and actually turning that user interface into code with your friend or by yourself, that is a excellent first step for anybody who wants to be a software developer. So in essence, yeah, if people ask like, how do I kickstart my career as a software developer, it's really simply just, you just got to start coding, and the scope doesn't have to be something outrageous. It can be something really simple. Maybe you see a problem that's happening at home or with your friends, and you think, I think maybe software can help solve that problem, and and then you start coding around that problem. So yes, taking that first step is very important, because I believe that if you are brave enough to take that first step to start coding, you expose yourself to so many questions, so many aspects of making something that initially it could feel very daunting and overwhelming, but as time goes on, like anything else, you get used to it. So getting used to it, getting used to the process of building and writing languages that talks to machine is really it's a process. So I want to talk about stuff that I wish I had mastered when I started out in the industry as a newbie, because I feel like you could see these things as shortcuts, but I see these things as like, oh, I wish someone had told me this stuff when I started out in the industry, and they gave me guidance like, okay, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this. So this is me reflecting upon my journey and hoping that this is the stuff that someone else could tell me from the beginning. You should probably learn this, you should probably learn that, and maybe that journey to where I wanted to be would be quicker. So I'm going to start the basics. Like, I think we can all agree that basics are really important in any endeavor, and you do not want to mess up your basics, because having a really strong foundation to do anything always helps, like no matter what. And what are the basics can we talk about here? I think the very first thing that comes to my mind is version control. And version control, it's really like software coding 101, where you gotta keep a history of what you're coding at a certain point of time somewhere. And that is really important because you do not want to have not want to have a backup. And version control allows you to roll back changes to your code that could potentially be disastrous or fatal. So version control is really, really important. This is how we keep track of changes in your code. This is how we, if there are mistakes, this is how developers, like 5 developers on the same team working on the same code base, this is how they work together within the same code base together, and work efficiently, is to have a really good process, especially in version control. And I think like the de facto version control tool right now is Git. I think that is like no question about it. But I think back when I was in college, I think I was still using Subversion. I don't know if anybody here has heard of it, but It's short. The short acronym is SVN, and yeah, that was like ages ago. But yeah, Git. We just focus on Git. Git is the best thing ever. Moving on, technical knowledge. I guess what sort of technical knowledge am I talking about here? I would say it's really hard to. Sorry, let me roll back a little. I can break down technical knowledge into three different things, 3 points: languages versus frameworks, design patterns, and exposure to various tech stacks. So technical knowledge, the first point on languages and frameworks, I would say at the end of the day, when you are a seasoned and veteran developer, languages and frameworks, the choice of them do not really matter as much, because you have gone through a lot of battles and you have seen all sorts of things, and you know what to use. You tend to be less you tend to what is the word, less opinionated, not opinionated, like you would want to choose the tool that gets the job done. Yeah, you'll be more pragmatic and practical. You would as you get more seasoned. But when you're first starting out, I think it's really great that when you coding an app or coding like a web service, you go really deep into one particular language and one particular framework when you're starting out, because I think like going deep allows you to see all these different parts that are hidden from you and abstracted away from you, but actually you would start to appreciate why frameworks exist, because a lot of open source frameworks are actually built from the time and effort from open source contributors, and they actually wanted these frameworks to help you develop really great stuff, and all the complexity of coding all those abstractions away from you initially. That's why you can make an app so easily nowadays using frameworks. Language is on languages. Languages is like very. It's a more lower level abstraction. So languages is all the different programming languages that talks to the machine, right? So that each language has its own way of talking to the machine to get the job done. And I think as you progress in your career, you get to understand all the different nuances of how each languages approach threading, processing, and I think that's the beauty of programming languages, is everybody does something differently, and there is a language for everything. So yeah, definitely choose one and go deep into one first, and then you start to understand the nuances of that particular language and that particular framework. And then you jump around and you can start to compare the differences with other languages and other frameworks. That's all I have to say on languages and frameworks. Design patterns. This is something I wish somebody told me earlier when I started off in my career, that there are some design patterns are simply like a certain way to do something, to solve a certain problem in a certain way. And they call it design patterns is because it has been reused in so many ways. It has been reused in so many scenarios that you can just call it, label it, and people understand exactly what you're talking about. Like for example, the factory pattern, where you have to call a class and the class gives you back an object. I think like that use of that factory pattern is so common and so useful that it is ubiquitous enough in the industry that people know what it means immediately. And this is when starting out, I think like very, very useful to know, because over time you get to see like, okay, this pattern works for this scenario, this pattern doesn't work for this scenario. And that just speeds up your problem solving process. Tech stacks. This is something interesting. So I think understanding the different components that supports your app, it also gives you that advantage over other developers, because underneath what are the limitations in the component level, and you understand those limitations, and you gain experience from understanding those limitations. You're able to design like really amazing systems based on the context, after you've seen all these different components and how each of those components work together. Like, for example, a really common stack would be like a lamp, right? A Linux, Apache, and a PHP like server, like that is like a really like common stack for a blog, for example. Yeah, having a lot of exposure early on to different kinds of stacks, I think like that's great, because you basically get a lot of experience from that. So key theories. I think it's really important as software engineers that you operating systems, because the way how a program runs is also determined by how the operating system handles that program. So I think like in this day and age where it's not really big. It's not really how do I say? It's a must-have knowledge when you're developing software, especially Linux. I mean, like everybody in this world is using Linux right now. So even like Google, Amazon, Netflix, everyone uses Linux. Like there's no enterprise software company in the world that does not use Linux. And I think, thinking back from my days in college, there are courses that I had to take, theoretical courses on software concepts, and I think the really best ones that stood out to me are networking and cryptography, especially networking, because you get to really understand how the internet is built, from scratch, and how people over the internet gets to transmit data from one another and to each other. And I think that is also the basics of how servers talk to each other. And that is when you're building like high performance distributed systems, that is the basics of how they talk to each other. And algorithms, this is tricky, because algorithms, I may be biased here, but I don't think like this is one of the courses that I took that didn't really help much professionally, other than in the interview stage when you're working. So like I've never had to use like an algorithm, something that I learned the algorithm course in my professional career, except in the interview stage. So I don't think this is really that useful. just my opinion. Okay, process. I think process. I'm going to talk about software development lifecycle, conventions and guidelines, and DevOps. Uh, Software development lifecycle is about how uh, you make an app from the beginning, from zero, and how do you build, how do you design it, how do you build it, and how do you release it, how do you test it, and then how do you maintain it, like all these different steps. I think like having a really just high level basic understanding of how software development works really helps you know what you have to do with a piece of software. If someone gives you a task, or somebody asks you to do something in the company, you know exactly which stage this piece of software is in right now. And there are different things that needs to be done to the software at different stages. So knowing which stage it is in really helps you do well in your job. Conventions and guidelines. I guess this you can also call this like best practices. Like this can also apply to perhaps coding. I'm sure you guys maybe have heard of like solid principles. This also comes under like conventions and guidelines. Just a general good sense of how to really clean and good code. These best practices can come from the industry and internally within the company itself. You would ideally learn all these, especially in a really big company. Usually, a smaller company, you don't really have that much conventions. Or is good to have them, but in a really large company, like a company that has more than 100 developers, there's typically conventions and guidelines that you would have to follow as an engineer. And there are reasons behind these standards. Like think of them as like guardrails when you're working. Like you're a newbie and you're trying to do something. You're trying to contribute code to the company, and these conventions and guidelines sometimes protect you from making mistakes that could be fatal to the company. So that's like at a company level, and also develop conventions and guidelines within your own team as well. So sometimes in a company of 100 developers, you have like 20 different teams, and within each teams, you have a informal agreement among one another. Like just I talked to my engineers, like they were discussing like how to name certain things within their domain, the business domain that they're designing. And everybody just talks to each other and say, like, all right, guys, I think like let's simplify this and let's just call it bank. Like for example, let's just call this bank, and then whatever like objects we create is gonna like come out of this like bank naming convention. That's an example of a convention that's within a team. And yeah, you ideally, like as you want to be a team player, you can't be like the one making and suggesting all these convention and guidelines, and you don't end up following them. So I think that would make these practices ineffective. So you should preach, do what you preach. That's really important. DevOps, I think, is one of those areas where, as a software developer, you would especially in a larger company, you would most likely hand this work off to another team, a separate team, because things are so big, programs are so interconnected, programs are so complex that it's not possible for the software developer to also handle the infrastructure. So you would need another separate team, that's called DevOps, that basically helps you manage the infrastructure, but not like 100% as well. So what DevOps does is they actually help build the infrastructure and toolings in the company which helps you as a developer do your job quicker and better. So they are focused on that, like that experience for you as a software developer. But it's also good to understand like where they're coming from, because you know you want to work well with someone. It's really helpful to understand like what is the things that they're doing at a high level, and also the concerns that they have, where they're coming from. You know, that it's always good to know a little bit about why they're doing it a certain way. And these guys are always happy to share with you what they're doing and what are their opinions on, you know, how to tool something, how you should like configure your build and deployment pipelines in the company. You should always talk to them and pick their brains. Always good. Next would be second process. If you notice, like there's a lot of points on process. That's because software is very heavy on process. It's very process driven, and especially complex software. So yeah, let's go right into it. So testing. So testing, especially in an enterprise environment, is like so important, and you simply cannot build high performance, low latency distributed systems without testing. It's just one. It is a huge business risk to develop things and release things without testing them. You know, especially if we're talking about in the context of being in agile, you're in fintech and you're handling like your customers' money. You want to really make sure testing really make sure what you're developing actually works in the live environment. And yet, this is also something that's often overlooked or discarded or ignored in smaller startups, because you know, when you're working together with like product or business, typically as a software developer, you get pushed on really strict timelines and really tight timelines, and developer always, you know, tells the product and business team, like, you know, the trade-off here, if you want to deliver this quickly, is that, yeah, we just skip the testing part, you know, and then, you know, product and business sometimes would agree to it. That's even worse, because they would agree because they would all because from their point of view, they just care about this, getting this stuff like out of the door, right, and into the hands of the customers as quickly as possible. So I think testing is one of those things that engineering must be a champion of, you know, educating people in the company that, hey, this is something we do not want to deliver stuff that breaks, that easily breaks, basically. And documentation. I think this is one of those things that people don't realize how much documentation is relevant in software development. You know, when you are working with a project with your friends, that is just the two of you or just yourself putting something, it's you know, that you don't have to worry about, right, basically. But if you are working, it's a different story when you're working with like 5 or 10 people. Now things get complicated. You have to share context of business logic in your code to your friends, and you have to do that every single time someone joins the team, or someone, you know, moves team, and they switch roles. Documentation really helps to clarify the essence of the stuff that you're building onto paper. And you know, you can simply ask somebody to, hey, I built this really complex system, and this is the documentation for it. please, before you start building or modifying it, please read the documentation, and that saves like so much time trying to explain to them everything from scratch. They can take and when you're in a meeting with someone and you're explaining things to someone, that is like time that is synchronous, right? You have to spend that time, the person has to spend the time. But if you use documentation, that person can just asynchronously absorb all that information about that system that you want to explain about. So this is documentation is really, really important, especially in enterprise systems. Legacy code. I think this is one of those things that, especially if you're a software developer working in a company that has code that's running for more than 10, 20 years, you have to you just have to deal with it. And sometimes it can be really nasty, because you have to dig up stuff that people built like 5-10 years ago, and you have to read through what they coded, and yeah, it can be an unpleasant experience, but it is a necessary thing as well, because if there's nobody maintaining this part of the code, and then people would forget that it exists, and that is just a catastrophe waiting to happen one day, when nobody understands, like, oh my god, who built that? Nobody knows, and then everybody's like panicking. So having the ability to manage and really refresh legacy code is really important. The price systems as well. Okay. This is my favorite part. So as you know, you're already an enterprise developer. You've got 2-3 years of enterprise systems under your belt. What's next? What's next? It's really important, as a developer, that I think it's really important as a developer that you know what you're building, and how does it relate to the people who are depending on the things that you're building, and how they use them. So when I started off my career as an enterprise developer, I always ask, like, what is this process that I'm building for? This process could be in the company. Usually enterprise softwares support like automation and processes within company, and these processes have a certain value to them. Some processes are more valuable than other processes, but basically there is no process that is too difficult in this world. I can assure you that everything that runs in a company, no matter how big the company is, you can always simplify it and break it down into just a simple series of steps. And when you think about it that way, it's so much easier to design your systems around these business processes. So I wish somebody could have told me this early in my career and told me, Winston, you should look at it just look at it as a process, and then you just look at it as a series of steps that you break down, and then you just design and write code around those processes, and that's it. That's like the gist of it. And after you understood those processes, I think the next level up would be understanding the business. So what value this process that you are building code for, what does it bring to the users? For example, if you are building a cron job or a scheduler or a batch, they call it in the industry a batch job, that helps to reconcile the stocks trade that a user has made, and then what it does, it reports the summary of that stock trade to the regulators. There is a process like that, by the way. And so what is the impact of that? So you understand as a developer, as a senior engineer, okay, if this process fails, I would get into trouble with the regulators, because the regulators will not get the data of my customers' trades on time, and that is catastrophic for Ajaib, for example. So I think like the next level after you know like all the technicals behind how you build stuff is really important that you know the why you're building it as well. So get a sense of how to prioritize code as well. You can just map like based on the business priority, how important is this code, and if this code is more important, I should design it better for reliability or for like something else, for speed or for performance. Sorry. So yeah, yeah, okay. So I'm ending this by just sharing that from what I just told you, it's just my experience, and that is based on my experiences. But there is actually nothing, no set manual, no playbook that's going to guarantee you success as a software developer. Like so basically I just went through the whole talk telling you all these things, and then now I'm just telling you don't listen to me. So I'm just saying that it's a journey, and trying a lot of things yourself on this journey really helps you figure out what you like, what you don't like, and what do you want to focus on, what do you want to be. So yeah, like don't be afraid, take the first step, try a lot of things, see where that gets you. And if you know exactly what you want, where you want to go, uh, that's good, that's great. That means you're better, you're more self-aware, and you know exactly what you want. And the next thing is you just have to keep at it, just be patient and persistent with your goals, and yeah, you will get there. You'll definitely get there. uh yeah, okay, that's it, that's the end. Hope I've helped to shed some light to everyone as to how enterprise software is built.
Thank you so much for delivering such an insightful session. And it seems like a lot of people are excited to, want to join Agile and be part of the team. And yeah, guys, this is your chance to directly ask questions to Winston. So please feel free to drop in your question here. And yeah, maybe just answering a few of the questions about how to be part of Agile. So maybe you can answer this question. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, Natasha.
Oh, okay. So a few of the people here are asking about how to join Agile, both as an intern or like full timer.
Oh, sorry, the question is how do join Agile, is it?
Yeah, they would love to join Agile. So is there anything um, that you want to share for them to join
Oh
Agile as an
yeah, yeah.
intern or maybe full timer?
Find
Yeah.
find me on LinkedIn and search my name, Winston Lays, on LinkedIn, and add me on LinkedIn, shoot me a DM there, and we'll talk.
Amazing. So yeah, guys, shoot him like on LinkedIn and you can connect with Winston. And then is Natasha is asking, is there any minimum requirement to intern at Agile?
Is there any minimum requirements to intern Agile? Right now, I think we're still in the process of making an internship program. We're still in the process of doing that. So we don't have anything official yet for interns, software interns, I'm afraid.
Awesome. And Natasha is also curious about how is the work culture at Agile?
The work culture in Agile, I would say, uh, we're something like a sports team. So everybody is is expected to bring their A game to work, and you know everyone has a role to play, just like how there are different roles in a sports team. So because we are making magic happen, there's also a lot of pressure involved, you know, especially in a high growth startup. So I would say I don't think it's for everyone, but I think like if you're the kind of person who really enjoys challenge, and you are out to make a difference in the world, you wanna be a history maker, I think like then Ajaib is the right place for you.
Amazing. That's great to hear. And maybe is there any highlights from working at Ajaib? Can you share with us about that?
Highlights from working in Ajaib.
Mm.
I would say uh, I think like one of my favorite memories is when I'm in the heat of the battle with my engineers. Like, I remember this was the day before Bukalapak's IPO. This is one of the largest IPOs in Indonesia, especially for a tech IPO. And I think like everyone from back end to front end in Ajaib, even though we had such a really tight timeline to make it happen, but everybody worked so hard, to push the features and products to support this Bukalapak IPO into production, and we made it on time. And I feel like that was one of those moments where I feel, wow, this is the best job ever.
Oh, and like, okay, so this is a personal question from me, but um, Ajaib is like Indonesia's fastest unicorn, and yeah, I just want to know how did Ajaib create opportunity out of the pandemic itself? Because like a lot of companies are struggling just to survive, but Ajaib can actually thrive and become like Indonesia's fastest unicorn.
Yeah, I think we are very lucky to be in an industry that is digital first. So, unlike a lot of the traditional brokerages in Indonesia who are more uh, they have like physical branches. We don't have any branches, and I think we always pick a strategy that is very focused on digital, mobile, and the young generation who wants that digital experience as well. So I think we're just lucky to be also in the industry that happens to be growing in the pandemic. I think
Right.
that's also luck. I mean, we didn't expect the pandemic to happen, but I think that just accelerated all this digital stuff, especially in the investing space.
So, okay, it's the opportunity for Ajaib to actually thrive and create impacts for Indonesia as well, right? And maybe do you have any tips for young people who want to start investing? Maybe they are afraid to start investing and want to try to use Ajaib. Yeah, and yeah, do you have anything like to share with them? Maybe.
Yeah, investing is just like coding to, until you put your first dollar, until you write your first line is the same. So, investing is not difficult. Like in Ajaib, we don't have any minimum on account opening, so you can even just put like 100, 100,000 is also enough to
Mm.
buy stocks. And yeah, and you can, if you think stocks are too risky, you can always also go to mutual funds who you know they also offer less risk,
Mm.
products with less risk.
Okay, so it's the key is to start small. You can just start from anywhere, and there you go. um,
Exactly.
okay, so um, okay, maybe do you have anything else that you want to share to like future, software engineer or anyone who wants to start their early career in tech?
I just want to say like this is the best time to be a software engineer, to be a software developer. Like there's no era in computing that is as supported as this era. You know, you have cloud, you have infrastructure is like all provided for you, and tools. So and there's so many online courses, so many boot camps out there, and you know they're free and they're paid. All you got to do is the time and effort, and you can get there.
Okay, amazing. And maybe do you have any like like specific tips on like, oh, maybe you should do this kind of course, or maybe you should start learning how to code early for like young people who really want to dig into like tech and like engineering?
Mm, yeah, I think like if you're totally like new into, I have a friend who was also, he didn't came from a tech background, but she, you know, she tried coding, and I think she took like a Python class. I think like she felt like it was really like useful and helpful for her. I think like Python is a great class for beginners.
Okay. And then since like I believe that Ajaib is also working mostly remotely, right? So what would be the biggest challenge for Ajaib itself during like this, remote working era and like COVID-19 pandemic?
This is a really good. This is really good question. I feel like we've lost the opportunity to bond with our coworkers, because you know when you go to work, these opportunities to talk things that is not related to work with your coworkers, like you know
Mhm.
when you grab coffee together, when you are
Yeah.
getting lunch together. So I think the bonding aspect is missing, and it's one of the challenges when working remotely.
Yeah, I think when it comes to work, it's not only about the relationship and network like you've built from like the work, but also like apart from work as well. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
really good point. And yeah, one of the audience, Lukmano, has a question. So, can someone to be a software engineer without any background in tech or university? So, where should they start? Do you have any tips from for someone who've never, who have who don't even attend university or do not have any background in tech to actually step in their career as a software engineer?
Oh, for sure, for sure. I think like
Mm.
it's it's amazing, like the stories that I know of how my friends, you know, when I used to work in a software house, I know of my colleagues who used to be Grab drivers, and then
Mm.
they transitioned from that, you know, into a coding boot camp, and they put in so much time and effort to learn how to code stuff, and then yeah, and they became programmers, became software engineers. So I think it's totally possible. There's no excuse. There's no barriers. The barriers these days is like so low already.
Yeah, I think it's a really good thing that Agile also values and like give equal opportunity for everyone to, you know, step into tech and try uh, working for like being a software engineer. And then we have 5 more minutes. So if anyone wants to directly ask to Winston about anything and like anything regarding to Agile, this is your chance to actually drop in your question now. And okay, maybe mm, can we talk more about the culture at Ajaib? So maybe do you have any events that you would love to highlight at Ajaib?
Yeah, there was a really fun award ceremony session in within the product and engineering teams, where they voted for who was like the funniest, who was the most memeable person in on the team. There was like some voting and award ceremony going on there. I think like there was one of those virtual bonding events that was actually really fun.
Okay, so is was that happening remotely or like in person?
Yeah, that was happening remotely.
Oh, okay. Would be nice if it actually happened in person, right? But, yeah.
Oh yes, way more fun. Hello, Natasha.
Hi, so Natasha apparently cut off, so I'm right here. I'm replacing her. Yeah, I guess you can pick off where you left off, I think you were explaining about the events that you would like to highlight on Ajaib.
Oh, what other events do we have?
Yeah. Okay, what makes Ajaib special in comparison
What
to
makes
like the
Ajaib
other?
special?
Yeah, like
What makes Ajaib special?
what are your guys' selling point? Yeah.
I think our biggest selling point is we're still very young and we're still very small compared to the other unicorns in Indonesia. So there's still a lot of space to grow and to groom and to build the culture that you want to build in Ajaib. And we think that people and culture is more important than strategy. So we want to attract the right kinds of people to Ajaib. We don't just want to grow our team responsibly or recklessly. So we take a lot of care in cultivating our culture, and we hope that that this is something special because we focus so much on culture.
Okay, wow. Orang-orang jadi pengen kerja di Ajaib semua abis ini after hearing Winston speak. Because you guys take care of your people. Okay. And
Add in
that's it.
DM, add on LinkedIn and DM.
Pokoknya, don't be afraid to reach out on LinkedIn, Winston on LinkedIn, because he'll definitely be up for questions right there. You guys can pop him a DM. I think that's all the questions we have for today for Ajaib. Thank you so much, Winston, for like attending, for volunteering to speak for our participants. Okay, lastly, any tips you'd like to give our participants for the hackathon?
Tips.
Maybe just like have
I'm
fun.
sorry, just blanking out right here.
That's fun. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I guess our time is up with Ajay, and yeah, we'll move on with the next speaker. Thank you so much, Winston, for your time. See you next time, hopefully.
Thank you. I just want to give a shout out to my tech branding team, Darin and Ja. Yeah, who helped set this for us. And thank you for the community to Garuda Hacks for having us and having me.
Likewise, likewise. Thanks, Winston. Right, you guys. We can move on before we kickstart our next session with Finantier. I'd just like to give a quick introduction about our special speaker. So our special speaker is Fergus, none other than Fergus O'Reilly. He is the VP of Product at Finantier, which is a leading open finance platform for Southeast Asia, and they're based in Singapore. So Fergus has a vast knowledge in product strategy as he leads software development and product management teams. So yeah, let's give a really warm welcome to Fergus. Fergus, you can take the stage.
Hi there. Thanks so much for that wonderful introduction, and thanks very much for allowing us to take the stage here at this event. I love hackathons. I love the energy. So let me start sharing. I'll tell you a little bit about Financier and what we do. And be aware that actually I may be in Singapore, but in fact, Financier is actually based in Indonesia, and the vast majority of our teams are actually right there. So let me share. Great. So I want to talk this evening about the space that we're in as Financier, and it's a fairly new space, and we're looking to drive really a mission. So we're very much a mission or a purpose-oriented company. So you'll hear that a lot, but all of us who have joined the company are, want to do what you see here in the title. So we want to try and create greater financial access for everyone throughout Southeast Asia, really. And we were created about a year ago, so we're about 1 year old as a company. We're growing rapidly. So right now we have people in Indonesia, the majority. I personally am here in Singapore. There's a few more people here in Singapore as well. And we also have an office in the Philippines. So what we're in, the space that we're in is called open finance. And open finance is a movement that's all over the world right now. What it's trying to do is to improve people's lives by giving them greater access to financial services. And underpinning that is allowing consumers to own their data, to take their data, in this case, financial data, and get the benefit from it. So rather than the data being locked up in a silo or owned by a corporation or mined for the corporation's benefit in advertising or what have you, open finance, as part of this more open data initiative, is saying consumers should be able to own the data that they have. They should be able to bring it with them from place to place and use it to unlock access to new services. So Financier, we're trying to build the infrastructure for that. So we're not, let's say, a front-end brand participant that's using this data for financial services. We're trying to unlock this data from where it sits today and bring it to other companies that can then use it to provide better financial services, to serve people better. And we're doing that across Southeast Asia. So think of us as infrastructure in this new world of open finance. And again, the mission that we're on, the reason why we're doing this is that we believe, and there's great early indicators to show this is true, that allowing people to take their financial footprint data does in fact drive to greater financial inclusion. So there's many people across Southeast Asia today who simply do not have access to financial services. They don't have bank accounts. But beyond bank accounts, they don't have access to credit. They don't have access to financial advice. They're not able to save money appropriately. And that means that, in fact, they're missing out on economic growth. They're missing out on opportunities to improve their lives, their family lives, their businesses' lives for their employees or what have you. And so that's why we all joined Financier, because we think that building this infrastructure for open finance can make this more of a reality and is one of the most effective levers, in fact, to drive towards greater financial inclusion that we've seen. And so here is sort of an illustration of the problem. This is very specific to Indonesia. And so breaking down across payments, savings, and credit, we're looking at the gap that exists here. So what's the gap between what people need for these different financial services and what they're actually getting today on the market? And so you can see there's a massive gap in payments and transfers. And so a lot of that is because people are using cash to make payments when maybe they prefer to use a more digital form of payment, but it's not quite available to them. So either it's not provided by the person they want to pay, or they're unable to get their own payout in a digital form. And so they have to use cash instead. And managing cash is expensive. It's expensive for a business to be able to have to transact in cash. So they would prefer also that this would move to a more digital based economy. The same on savings. You can see a very large gap there that we've broken down into individual and micro and small enterprises. It's a smaller gap comparatively to what we're seeing in the payments and transfers side, but still there is a significant gap there. And there's an even larger gap in the credit space. And so I think I remember the number that like 70% of loans in Indonesia are actually not fulfilled by official lenders, but it comes from friends, families, and unfortunately, unapproved lenders. So loan sharks, essentially, who charge exorbitant rates, and it's not a very nice experience to get money in that way. And so again, these are major gaps. And this is what we talk about trying to close the financial inclusion gap, is making these gaps smaller. Now, what does it mean? It means that an individual, a business owner, a member of a family, they're able to get access to credit when they need it. And that's all about improving their position in life, growing their business, getting education for the family, getting access to a means of transport to be able to travel to a school or a place of work. That oftentimes passes by credit. And so those of us who are privileged enough to be able to get quote unquote easy credit, and in fact, many different types of credit that are thrown at us, we have to think that a lot of people in Southeast Asia do not have that easy access to credit, or if they are getting credit, it's not on good terms. And so there's a massive opportunity there. In the savings world, it's the ability to be able to get better planning, get better advice, like how I should be thinking about saving. If I do have extra cash coming in, how should I think about budgeting? How should I think about saving for a goal? How should I think about maybe managing my spending to decrease the places where I can decrease in order to liberate funds in order to save? How can I benefit from peer knowledge and almost a gamification on that side as well? So lots of opportunities there on the saving side. And then payments and transfers, as we said, allowing people to digitize more of that movement, to participate more in online e-commerce, back and forth again, both as a business owner and as well as a consumer. So a large gap, and this is really what we're setting out to try and solve. So some of the problems then that exist that we have to break this down and figure out the pieces that we need to solve across here. One of the reasons that we've seen, and it's very, very common across Southeast Asia, that consumers cannot get access to these financial services, is they're unable to establish either their identity or their track record or their income. And so there's this process called KYC, and KYC is Know Your Customer. And there's an equivalent one for businesses called Know Your Business, KYB. And what that is that any financial institution typically will have an obligation, just A, as part of just doing good business, but B, it's also a regulatory obligation within the financial services world that they have to know who they're dealing with. And that's done to make sure that, if you're paying a business, you want to make sure that business has been vetted by whoever is providing them, let's say, with their payment services, to make sure it's a legitimate business. And conversely, the businesses want to make sure that they're dealing with customers that are legitimate customers. And from a regulatory perspective, the regulators want to make sure that they're protecting the integrity of a payment system or a lending system or really any sort of financial flows. They want to make sure that that is well protected, and particularly protected against bad actors. And the bad actors can be criminals, people doing money laundering, people financing terrorism abroad, whatever it might be. And so there is this obligation to really know your customer well. And so that means that the more you can allow customers to more easily identify themselves, the more access they will have to financial services. That's one problem that needs to be solved. And it's not just maybe verifying your identity, like what's written on your national ID card. It's also verifying things like your income. Maybe your spending behaviors, maybe that as well can help you get access to these additional financial services. And then lastly is the financial literacy. So we need people to build services and build apps that, educate consumers better, particularly those who have not in the past had access to financial services. How can we get them very rapidly onboarded? There's lots of smart people out there. You just need to give them a few frameworks to think and reason with and some planning exercises to do. And then they're able to manage their money, their family's money, their business's money better. So a lot of the problem here as well in the second column is around how do we then get these financial services to these consumers if we can solve some of these problems. And what we've seen is that in the past, access to financial services, people thought, oh, I need to go to the bank, the insurance company, etc. And that's still definitely true. But you also have a lot of alternative ways of doing it now. there's a lot of fintechs, so consumer fintechs here, that are starting up, that are coming up with new ways to think of helping consumers to get access to many of the services that we're talking about here. And they're doing it in new ways. They're doing it in a very innovative way. They're doing it very dynamically. They're doing it mobile first. They're, these are companies that grew up on the internet, so they're digital native, and they're looking to provide services in a much more user-friendly way and a much more intuitive way, and also creating brand new services that didn't exist before for these consumers. So that's one segment that can rapidly get these new services out to the consumers that need it. So we definitely want to enable them. And there's another class which is called embedded finance that many of you have probably heard about. And embedded finance is the idea that I want to be able to take all the financial services that exist, let's say, but I want to embed them in a new sort of wrapper. And this could be taking, all the super apps that we've seen pop up across Southeast Asia. So in Indonesia, that's like Gojek and Grab, et cetera, et cetera. They have these apps that are not just doing, the original business of a Gojek or a Grab, but that are now doing financial services. You can get lending, you can get insurance. So it's lots of financial services have been embedded in these applications. And so that opportunity exists across really any app that has a user audience can potentially start embedding financial services if they would be valuable to the audience or the users of their app. So there's many applications starting now, for example, doing business accounting for small business owners across Southeast Asia and in Indonesia in particular. And there again, it's solved my problem in business accounting, but then can you also help me maybe open a bank account? Can you help me get access to credit? Can you help me manage my finances better? Pay my suppliers in a way that's more advantageous to me as a business owner. So there's lots of embedded finance scenarios that you can do now in the context of applications. So in order to be able to enable that for these distribution channels, we have to go through this step that you see over here. And this is really then where Financier is playing a lot of our role, we believe, in this as an infrastructure player, is taking all these individual services that exist, so for identity, for payments, for savings, for credit, et cetera, and the list goes on, and unbundling them from where they used to live, let's say locked up within financial institutions. So many of those financial institutions are also trying to unlock those services. A lot of banks are trying to support the move to embedded finance by allowing what used to be account management, credit underwriting services, like judging whether a borrower could be a good borrower. All of these things, they're in the process of actually figuring out how to open them up, put an API on top of them, and expose them to the world, and allow other companies, like here in this distribution, consumer fintech and embedded finance, allow them now to consume those. So it's API all the things across the financial services ecosystem is what we're seeing. And so we as Financier, we want to sit here, we want to ride on top of this move to open everything up, allow information to flow, and allow the APIs on top of everything, and sort of mediate that for the consuming distribution companies over here. So this is the big move that's happening in terms of the industry changing to bring these new services to consumers. And the last thing that I'll say here, and it's a very important part, is the role that regulators are playing. And so there, as Financier, we've engaged very, very early on and continuously with the regulators. We believe this space needs to be well regulated so that it's well managed and that consumers trust it. And we really get the benefit out of it at the end of the day, which is more financial access. And so the regulator has to play a governance role in making sure that there is good oversight of this system, because we're talking about information flowing here in new ways, and it's very sensitive data. It's people's financial lives that are flowing through these systems now in new ways. And so there has to be a very high degree of consumer protection, a very high degree of governance of the system and the actors within the system, and also a high degree of data privacy. So everything needs to be totally secure, highly encrypted, vaulted away from prying eyes. Data leaks should not be tolerated, and when they are, they need to be exposed, and there need to be fines, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that governance role is really essential. And so the good thing is we've seen the regulators across Southeast Asia taking a very active role, and they know exactly what needs to be done here. And they're going in the direction of now creating rules, regulations, governance schemes for open finance. And that we see as incredibly encouraging. And the other aspect as well is you don't want to create rules that will stifle innovation. And we believe you can do both at the same time. You can create really good governance rules while also opening up to innovation, because really this move to support open finance from the regulators is to allow this new ecosystem to flourish, to allow consumers to take control of their data, move it around, get it to where it needs to be, and use that for their benefit. So again, regulators have a great role to play here, along with all the other industry actors, giving feedback, giving advice, figuring out how we can make the system better for everyone. So let me give one example here of how this might work. And when we talk about data flowing and consumer ownership of data, what might that look like? So imagine you have an individual who wants to go and get a loan, and it's a loan for their family. It's a loan maybe here, let's say they're a gig worker, right? So they're doing delivery on one of the delivery services, and they want to get a new vehicle. And using that, they hope they're going to be able to earn more money and have less downtime with maybe a vehicle that needs more repair. So they need a loan to do that because they may not have the capital to do that themselves. However, if they will go to a traditional lender, like a regulated lender, that lender might not be able to give them a loan because they will say, well, tell me your income source. And the income source is, well, I work for one of the ride-hailing and the food delivery companies, as an agent for them. And therefore, my income is quite variable, perhaps from day to day and from week to week and month to month. And they will say, well, show me your bank statements. And they say, well, actually, I don't have a bank account. I've never opened up a bank account. It's always been something that's been difficult for me to do. And the lender will say, well, sorry, I can't verify your income and I don't really know who you are. And you can't show me any sort of transaction history in a bank. Therefore, I'm sorry, I can't give you a loan. But the reality is that that individual does have a significant financial footprint. They may have been working as a gig worker for maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe throughout the pandemic. I mean, it's those workers who kept us all in food and in medicine and everything else we needed throughout the pandemic. So they have been doing essential work and have been getting paid for that work. And so that payment has arrived typically maybe into the wallet, the e-money wallet of those different applications. So they're making money, it's paid into the wallet, and then they're paying it out from the wallet. They're using that to do, QR code-based transactions when they're getting food, when they're getting fuel, whatever else it might be. But all of that transaction data right now is sitting within the confines of that e-wallet provider that is attached to their job, essentially. And so how could we take that data, and rather than it being locked up, somewhat opaque within that system, can we take that data and allow that driver to take that data with them and present it to the lender to say, well, here you go. Here's like a verified track of my income, of my outgoings, the money I'm making, and now will you give me a loan? And so we believe the answer will then be yes, because that data can be just as good, if not better sometimes, in terms of quality and authenticity than what you might get on a bank statement. So that's what we're looking to do in terms of the data sharing for open data. And so again, at a higher level, it's not just data being locked up within here, like an e-wallet type system, but it can also be, if I do have a bank account, how can I get my bank statement data, my balance data, and my incomings and my outgoings? If I want to use that with a new financial service, can I bring that with me? It might be, show me what I've done on the e-commerce website, what have I been spending my money on? Maybe a lender might be interested in seeing that. Or someone who wants to give me better financial advice might like to see, well, show me how you're spending your money and I'll tell you where you might be able to save more money and where you might be able to optimize your spending. And I'll use that again to help you develop a savings plan towards education for the children or what have you. You have data that's sitting within telcos or bill payments. How are you doing your top-ups? How are you doing your transactions? All of that today is data that's very difficult for a consumer to own and bring with them and use to get access to these new financial services. So this, again, is the problem we're looking to solve at Financier. So what we do to make it a little bit more concrete is we connect to these sources of data, number one. So we make sure that we have the ability in order to get data from these sources, but we always do it with the consent of the consumer, right? And that's incredibly important. And so everything we do because of our mission and trying to drive towards greater financial inclusion, we're doing on behalf of this ultimate consumer, trying to make their lives better. And so we can never do anything here unless the consumer is consenting. The consumer has to consent to their data flowing out of where it sits today over here on the left-hand side and being brought over to the new financial service that they want to access. So to establish trust within this system, we have to do two things: make sure that the consumer is consenting and they know what they're consenting to. So what data, for how long, etc., all the parameters around the consent that they need to give. They need to authenticate that consent in a very, very strong way. So we're 100% sure this consumer has bought into what they're doing. So that's the consent aspect. And the second aspect is security. So both for the consumers and for the data providers and for the institution that's consuming the data, that's the financier client over here, we need to make sure the data is handled in a highly secure way. All of these flows need to be highly authenticated. So we need to authenticate each player, each actor in the system, not just the consumer needs to be authenticated. We need to know who is doing what at all times. We ourselves, as financier, will do know your business on all the actors that we are engaging with, and we'll have stringent contracts with them. That again, we're verifying that the security standards on both ends of all of these links, and ultimately using high levels of encryption, security, vaulting, etc. Zero trust models, both for network infrastructure, data infrastructure, all of the above, to make sure that this very valuable resource, which is the consumer's digital financial footprint, highly private data, highly important data to each individual consumer or business owner, that is very, very well protected. So a lot of our engineering effort goes into just that, making sure we respect privacy, data privacy, security. And that's what established the bedrock of security or trustworthiness on which the rest of our services are built. And so why is this happening now? So number one, I think the consumer need is clear. In fact, the consumer need has always been there, but I think increasingly now, because of smartphone penetration, et cetera, people now are expecting the same level of access to new financial services as they have for something like social media, right? So they expect something to be able to be personalized to them. They expect it to be readily available on their mobile device, and they expect it to be available easily, that the right offers will find them, that they will be able to sign up to them very, very easily, that things will happen in real time or close to real time. So that demand is definitely there from the consumers for these financial services. And then also we see that both the fintechs and banks or other financial institutions across Southeast Asia are looking to make this real. So like you might ask the question, why, if I am a financial institution or an e-money provider, why would I let the data flow out of my organization? But the reality is that they see there's great value in doing so. They see that, they want to, this is the same consumer of everyone, right? This consumer that we're talking about is the customer of each institution. So if you are a customer-centric organization, you should try and serve the need of the consumer. If the consumer wants to take their data with them, you should let them, right? So that's number one reason why people believe this is a good idea. And the other reason is that there's potential to add like value on top of the data that's created maybe in the financial institution. And we're happy to, like, as Financier, to buy that value from them and provide that down to our clients or another fintech. So there can be money exchange or monetization that's happening along here as well, while still protecting the consumer privacy and trust. So that demand is definitely there from all of the actors now within the ecosystem. Then the second aspect is the regulator. The regulators have, like in Indonesia, the 2025 Indonesia Payment System Blueprint. Part of that is all about opening up greater financial inclusion, modernizing payment systems, allowing data portability, just like we've been talking about here. And in fact, recently, over the summer, Bank Indonesia published the standards, in fact, all the way down to the technical standards and the governance regime for open finance in Indonesia. And Financier and many other actors across the fintech ecosystem and many of the data providers as well are starting to think about how they're going to actually conform to these standards and get them rolled out in the future. So big momentum building here for this in Indonesia, but also many other countries across Southeast Asia. So some of the like package solutions we're building on top here, and some of the initial products that we've been busy building in our labs is something like an account aggregation. So an individual may have accounts, e-money accounts, e-commerce transactions, bank accounts across multiple institutions. And to make sense of their spending and their income, you need to bring all of this together. So how can you get access to all those different financial flows, all of that digital financial footprint for a consumer or business owner, and bring it together and then make sense of it for the consumer or for a lender who wants to make a lending decision. So that's what account aggregation is all about, is making intelligent sort of combinations of all of this data, helping people to categorize their spending, to categorize their income, as an example. The second one is credit scoring. And so credit scoring is the ability to take from maybe not the traditional credit scoring sources, which is looking at, do you have a credit card and have you been paying your bills on time? But it's more looking at alternative sources that Open Finance allows us to tap into, and then using that to create maybe a better score, a score that will work better for those who are currently underserved by the traditional credit scoring. So that's a really interesting angle as well that we're working on to try and open up, again, access for more people and those that are underserved. Verification. So I mentioned about how often the very initial block for a consumer is just making sure they can declare their identity in a very, very easy way and verify that identity with multiple ways of doing so. That's another area where Open Finance opens up some interesting avenues to verify that you are the owner of a bank account, or you are the actual owner of an e-money service or an e-wallet. That allows an additional level of verification that, again, can open up more access to service. And then finally, at the end of the day, a lot of these services, a lot of our clients, like a fintech or an embedded finance company, they also want to move money around. So when you figure out that you want to give advice to a consumer as a new way of saving or new way of budgeting, maybe actually then automatically have the consumer press a button so that now every month you're putting some money away in a little savings account. So you actually need to do money movement as well, which is also something that Financier can do. And so there, another example of that would be, let's say a lender decides to extend credit to a consumer. Well, now you actually need to disperse the funds, and then you need to collect the right payments on a regular basis. So all of these go together. All of these can be based upon existing services that are in the back end that are then unbundling and opening up their APIs across payments and credit, et cetera, And so we as Financier provide the infrastructure between the two, between all these services that are opening up and then the people who need to consume these services. So it's data management centric business and a very data heavy business. So that's what we do. And let's talk a little bit now about how we do it. And in the how, like any software company, is the who. And so starting with the people who are founded and leading the company. And so here you can see Edwin, Keng, Diego, and Nazmi. And their backgrounds, you'll see here, are sort of highly relevant. These are people, and the other people that we have in the company are people who've worked in small startups and brought them to be very, very large. So we've managed very rapid scaling, which is what this space is going to demand. We have expertise in financial services. We have expertise in lending businesses. We have the type of expertise that's required in order to actually pull this off. Because again, this is not something that's been really done before in Southeast Asia, and particularly not, I think, in the way that we're looking to do it as Financier, which is doing it, well-regulated, well-governed, very, very tight security mechanisms, and highly scalable. And so building that, you need a very specific, particular set of skills, which the people that we have in Financier, I think, have those skills. Myself, I came from Stripe, so I had some exposure to payments and fintech through that as well. So right now we're about 60 people, and as I mentioned, in Singapore, Jakarta, and Manila. We're backed by people who also believe in our mission very, very fundamentally, and these are, gold-plated, world-class investors, both regionally in Southeast Asia and at the global level. Financier went through Y Combinator in the latest winter round as well, and a very successful and very useful sort of launch pad through that process as well. And you can see some of our investors and advisors here individually named, from Tony Fadell at Apple to the others that you see. And so, again, we're trying to attract people who really believe in our mission, and that's definitely true of our investors and advisors also. But beyond that, where the rubber hits the road, of course, is in the broader team. So here are some highlights of the recent people who have joined the team. It also gives you a flavor a little bit of the type of teams that it takes to build a product like this, from business development to data science, data engineering. There's a huge amount of data management that goes on here through our engineering team. An engineering team has to build both very API-centric data management products, because we're consuming APIs to bring data and services in, and then exposing APIs, the Financier API, to allow our clients to actually consume the data that we're consolidating and enriching within Financier as well. So very technical, and then also a lot of user experience, because a lot of our clients demand that we also develop full-blown user experiences for them also. Our marketing team with Luce and our product team, so the team that I worked on, we're also busy hiring, and Margareta joined. Galoo here on the head of people and culture, and this is particular. People and culture, we take culture very seriously within Financier. It's what initially attracted me to the company. So when I was sitting down and interviewing with the company and speaking to some of the people, I didn't have to prompt, I didn't have to ask, but within the first 3 minutes or 5 minutes of my conversation, they were talking about culture and how they wanted to very intentionally make sure the company was created in the right way and created with solid values from the beginning, and also created with a lot of sort of mutual care and respect. And so, particularly because the company was, started in the pandemic and grew up, still young, 1 year old, but started to grow up in the pandemic, it was a very difficult time, particularly in Indonesia at the beginning of this year. And so the care that I saw that was expressed by the overall team for each other was like a wonderful thing to see. So that bonding experience has meant that everyone is incredibly close together. I think it's true of many companies as we all weathered the pandemic together, but it's definitely true within Financier. And so, again, we think a lot about our culture internally. It's very supportive. It's also, what I say, it's not very top down. When you join a company like Financier, you basically create your own role. Yes, you're hired because you're a great product person or a great engineer or a data scientist or marketing person, but you also, with the skills that you bring to a company of the size that we are today, we're expecting you to figure out how you can sort of flex to figure out the most important thing that you need to be doing to build a company and to move it forward. So and we put a lot of trust in people to do just that. We give them the support to do so. We'll onboard them. We'll make sure that they know who does what within the company. We'll explain what we're working on overall. We'll give them all the tools that they need from hardware, software, etc. But then we expect people to figure out what they need to do. And so we hire bright people to be able to do so. And bright people with good support will always work on interesting things and find a good way of doing so. And that bonding that we have is, reinforced through the events that we do, how much we participate together. Like here, this picture is actually coming from our office opening recently in Jakarta for our new office there, which is in One Walter Place in South Jakarta. I've been told there's great food there. I've not been able to travel there myself yet, but I'm looking forward to going there, both to meet the people and to break bread and share food together. Some other things that we do from a culture perspective, free lunch. So you can never beat a free lunch in a software company. So we definitely do those, and we do them. I think they've been particularly valuable throughout the pandemic because it allows everyone to basically have an informal sit down with everyone else. So we'll all be maybe sitting at home, but we'll have our free lunch and we'll go to small group calls and we'll get to know each other. And every week we'll rotate through and meet new people. So that's been incredibly valuable for all of us who are remote, to be able to get to know the people that we're working with and to get to know really every role and every function within the organization on a personal basis, because you only do personal basis in those lunches. There's no work talk, But then afterwards, of course, it makes the relationship for actually solving problems for our users and our clients and our consumers a lot easier. So lots of free food. I think that's the foundation and the fuel for any company, including care packages. So you'll have free food delivered to your house at random occasions, just as a wonderful surprise. Work from anywhere. So again, company created in the pandemic, we know how to merge both an office culture and a remote culture, I think, as well as anyone does. I think we're still collectively as an industry trying to figure all of that out, but I think we do a fairly good job of it at Financier. Here you'll see a bunch of our employees who happen to be all together in working from Bali at one period earlier this year. And so they were able to meet up and have lunch together. So yeah, wherever people are is not really an issue. Work from anywhere, that works. We'll make sure you're equipped, you have the software, you have the support. Everything we do in our working style works very, very well, whether it be remote or on site right now. And then the last thing that I mentioned here that, again, I particularly appreciate is that, one day a month, the company will designate as a day off, and no one in the company is working on that day. And I think it's a very good system. Like, I've seen systems where you just give people extra days and they can take off those days when they want them. And that's good, but some people take them and some people don't. And some people take them and then maybe feel guilty. And workaholics in particular will sort of never take them. Whereas this day is a day that the company is basically not working that day. And so it's a 4-day week that week, and that works. That's fine. And we adjust to that rhythm. And you know that everyone is off. And so you can do whatever you want to do that day, take care of yourself, go for a walk, run errands, whatever it is that you want to fill that time with. But it's designed to give people a little bit of extra breathing room. And I think that's particularly necessary, again, because of this pandemic year that we've been having. So I really love that. There's one of those coming up pretty soon. And so I look forward to taking it. Internships, we're hiring, of course, across all roles. So you can hit up the Financier website and find out all about that. But internships in particular, we're very happy to have those promoted here through Garuda and the Garuda Hacks event. 3 right now that we have open up: software engineering, data engineering, that could be data engineering and data science, in fact, and product management. So in the same team that I work in. We're looking there for like 3 months, at least minimum, potentially longer. We're looking for graduates in technical or MBA, and particularly those who demonstrate that they have the ability to rapidly learn, because you want to make this a great learning opportunity. You'll get to work with some of the best people in the industry, within the fintech industry, and so you want you to be able to learn. Graduate technical or MBA, yes, or demonstrate some significant experience that you've had. Maybe you left school early, and that's okay, but you've done something wonderful, and you've shown that you have the drive to succeed. We'll definitely open to that as well. Internships, of course, are paid. You can work in the office or you can be remote. So we're, again, that's the regular working style that we have. Flexible working hours. So again, we're not dictatorial in terms of working hours. We're very, very flexible. We have people, again, remote, and remote comes with its own challenges. So we're very flexible to, as long as you get the work done, then that's all that we need to do. And ultimately, we're really looking for people who are looking to join a startup of the size that we are. Like I mentioned earlier, around 60 people today. We are growing rapidly. So like when I joined, it was not 60 people. So there's a very rapid growth curve here, but it's small. It's a startup. And so there's ability to make an outsized impact, of course, when one joins a startup. And that's definitely true because of the culture we have at Financier. We expect you to somewhat define what you would like to do once you would join, even for an internship. You will have mentoring. You'll be, well surrounded with the people team, and we make sure you're correctly onboarded. But you do have the ability to actually figure out what you would like to do and then use that to shape your impact within the company. So that's it for the presentation. I'd love to hear from you. You can find me on LinkedIn. Just look, search for Fergus at Financier. There's not that many Ferguses working at Financier. I think I may be the only one. So look me up. I'd love to have a direct conversation with anyone who's interested in learning more about the company, learning more about the positions that we have open or the internships. We'd love to do that as well. And with that, I think we will have time for some questions. Oh, I can't hear you, I believe.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Cheers.
We do have some time for questions, and I do feel like a lot of people are asking in my chat right now. On the you said that the culture is what initially made you attracted to join Finantier. So on that note, could you tell us a memorable experience that you had in Finantier that made you certain that you chose the right company to work in?
Yeah. I think it was probably outside maybe a couple of things, but one was definitely like these first like launch sessions, just being able to very quickly in a formal setting get to know when I was like fresh in the company and I'd known the people I'd interviewed with and a little bit through the onboarding process, the people team, of course, they interacted with, but then there were tons of other people in the company I'd never spoken to before. And so the ability to, you know, just go down and get lunch with them, even though everything was working remote and that lunch was paid, which was a nice benefit, paid by the company, that I think was a very wonderful and warm experience. And just being able to like feel the humanity that comes through on that. Like it's very difficult, I think, or I would have assumed it would have been more difficult to get to know people remotely. In fact, I have worked in companies where it has been somewhat difficult to get to know people remotely, but that's not true in Finantier. So there's a warmth, there's an empathy that sort of, you know, shines through even over like a Zoom call. And maybe it's mediated by the fact that you have a nice meal in front of you. But something about that worked and particularly impressed me. And then, you know, every single lunch that I've had, I've been able to meet more people in the company. And so you get to know everyone very, very quickly. And, you know them, you know, their pets, you know, what their passions are. So that I think was very, very good. The other thing that I'll note, I guess, is, you know, when we do our product work and our engineering work, it's the fact that without like me as a product person saying, hey, let's remember our user and let's remember the users of our users, which are the end consumers, and what do they need, I don't need to bring that up because again, it's everyone in the company automatically is thinking that way. And so that care that is exercised for each other, you know, spills over into the care that we want to exercise for who we think all this should benefit, which is the consumers and the underserved and who are needing, you know, better ways to improve their lives. And so that automatically comes up in the conversation. So it's like front and center in all of what we do. I think that's a really positive sign because I think, you know, like any startup that anyone here, you know, listening would go off and join. You really want to make sure that they are really genuinely user-centric. And you can tell that if are the majority of the conversations that you're having within the company always sort of very, very naturally considering the persona of the person that you set out to actually help? Or are they talking about purely abstract engineering concepts or beautiful architectures or about something that's some internal, you know, development that doesn't consider, you know, the actual persona? But if the conversations are always and regularly and constantly about thinking about that persona of what you're trying to do, that means you're on the right track, right? Because that means you genuinely are, you know, user-centric and that you will ultimately end up building something that matters. Yeah, so that also, I was hoping for that in joining the company, but then when I started to observe it, it was like, wow, okay, this is the right place to be.
So you found the right family then.
Yeah, found my tribe.
Glad to know that you made some warm connections even while working remotely. Speaking of working remotely, how has the pandemic affect the product management team, and what have you guys kind of what did you guys kind of do to overcome that challenge together?
Yeah, so I'd say, like any team, everyone's still trying to figure out the best way of doing it, right? I think it's a challenge, but I think in product management it's maybe less of a challenge because so much of what one has to do in product management already is just speaking to tons of people, left, right, and center. And so the ability to do that remotely makes that easier somehow, I feel. So it's very easy to like get on a call and speak to someone in the business development team who are speaking to our clients and customers on a very regular basis, it's easy to jump on a call with them. When we're speaking more about the design side, then again, you have lots of tooling that supports you there, from design tools to like Figma to every drawing tool you could imagine and wireframing tool you could imagine. So like the tool support for this is very good. And a lot of those tools have evolved rapidly, I think, through the last year and a half now, where the whole world went remote. So I think that works, right? I mean, the tool support is there. It can always get better. We'll see if the fabled metaverse in its office incarnation makes that better, but already I think it's pretty darn good. And then how have we changed maybe as a product team in what we do? I think one major change that I'd say that is really necessary is write things down more, right? I don't think you might have been able to say that in the past there's an office culture and you do your daily stand-up, and if anyone's got a question, you sort of raise your hand, you go over to the cubicle or desk where the person is working, you ask the question, you get your answer, you go off. You can't assume anymore that all that information is going to flow just because you're sitting in the same physical place, because you're not, and therefore you need to write things down more. So I think we have been moving to document things more, to document our assumptions more, to link out to everything that's sort of the supporting data for those assumptions. And then the locus of collaboration is not like the meeting and the discussion, it's the document that went into the meeting at the beginning, and then the results that get documented out of that, and the action items, the follow-up and all that, and what things do we need to research more and learn more, and what hard problems do we have to solve. I think you need to blend both the vocal stuff and the meeting, along with more things being written down. And so then that requires that you sort of up-level your ability to write coherently rather, and cogently and succinctly, which is really, really hard. What was it with Mark Twain, who said, I didn't have the time to write you a short letter, so I wrote you a long letter. It's like it's really hard to boil something down. It takes a lot of effort to boil something down and still have a meaning. But we all don't have time to like read long documents, so it needs to be boiled down. And that's a real skill that needs to be developed. And it's something then that, in the product team we're trying to do, but it takes time. And not everyone is as familiar with language, and we're a very, very multicultural company. So people come from different perspectives and different languages. And if the default language is maybe English, I guess, and most of our documents are written in English, the conversations happen in multiple languages, but not everyone has the same level of proficiency in English. So I think you need to be careful of that, to make sure that you're not making a sort of a mandate that everything is like pitch perfect and is perfectly phrased, etc. And you don't need to use Grammarly and all the things. But as long as you're communicating well, both what you write and then the visuals that you're presenting along with it, I think we can get by. But yeah, I think that's probably the most major change, is having the necessity to write things down more.
How many different nationalities do you guys have?
Oh, I've lost count. I've lost count.
Too many?
Yeah, it's well over a dozen, I think. But yeah,
Wow,
yeah,
so
quite a few.
Yeah. I think the comments are going crazy for like internships and like working in finance here, since you mentioned about free food and care packages and like having a day off in the month. Could you tell me, you're not Galuh, but maybe you have the answer to this. What type of people do you think would be a good fit to join Financier?
Yeah, great. So we're very careful in the people that join to make sure that, number one, they have to meet the cultural norms that we have within the company. That's the greatest filter, right? Before we look at your background and your experience and putting you through the interview chain and the use cases that we'll put you through there, etc. The most important thing, and really the highest filter, is hiring people who believe in what we're trying to do and the way in which we're trying to do it and the way we've set up the culture. So I think the the people that I've seen within the company are people who are have humility. Like, we don't have arrogant people within the company. Arrogant people are good, and there's a place for arrogant people in this world. But right now in Financier, it's not really the place. So it is humble and it's very caring. So there's a mutual respect and caring. I've never been in any meeting within the company where someone is like dominating a conversation just by talking more loudly or interrupting people more. That doesn't happen. So and that comes from people being humble, and it comes from people being respectful and being professional. And so those are things that, we check very, very early on in our hiring process, and then we recheck all the way through, is to make sure that people are, aligned to that. The other thing that's very important to us is integrity. That's harder to check for, unfortunately, in this world. There's no badge of honor for, am I a person of integrity? You can only get a feel for it, but then ultimately, hopefully you see it over time with people in the company as they stay and they remain and they contribute. But that's a very important criteria for us, as well as I think it should be or would be for any company. And then also we do want to see people who are, motivated by what we're doing, motivated by the mission that we're looking to drive towards. So, the free food and the wellness days are great, and I really appreciate them. And it speaks really to the caring level of the company. But ultimately, we also have to be there, not just for that, but because we believe that the company is doing something of value, and that the work, even though it's hard, is something of value. And when I say the work is hard, it's hard because it hasn't been done before, and it hasn't been done this way, and it hasn't been done in Southeast Asia, and there's a lot to be invented here. And so we're trying to create things from scratch in many cases. It's not like we're following a playbook that's been done, somewhere else, and we're just applying it here. We're really having to create something from scratch. Techniques, processes, tools, architectures, data science, product, UX, everything we're really having to invent from first principles, if you will. So that's exciting. It also means the work is hard. But the thing that, I always remind myself is, when the work is hard and you invest and you do it, as a company, you've built your competitive moat. You've now, raised the barrier that someone else is going to have to meet if they want to compete with you. And you've also raised the value of what you're building as a company. So it becomes more valuable to whoever's buying it, purchasing it, using it, and more valuable than ultimately in terms of the value delivered to the consumers. So solving those problems is difficult. So we need people who are, willing to put in the effort to do so within the boundaries that we set, right? So another thing that I will mention as well is, so we use our chat system internally. We happen to use Mattermost, but it's like a Slack for those who are familiar with Slack, or a Discord. We also have a rule that at the end of the business day, no more messages on Slack, right? So we don't physically shut it down, but people conform to that rule, because it's so easy to think, okay, I'm surfing in the evening, I see an interesting article on something, and hey, I want to send this to someone because it actually pertains to something I was working on, right? It's so easy to do that. And then when you send it, the other person sees the notification, if they don't have them turned off, and it's like, oh, should I take a look at the article? Maybe I will. And they now they're engaged in work, and it's after work hours, and you sort of prompted them to do so. That's not particularly nice. So, we really sort of try and respect people's boundaries and respect sort of their mental health, because you have to have good mental health or you won't simply do good work. So it's good to have those boundaries, to have those, I wouldn't say they're rules, they're more guidelines, but they're really, really healthy stuff that I think leads to a better work environment and a happier team. Is definitely what we managed to get from that.
Yeah, I can see that you guys are very dynamic, yet you guys make sure that your employees get good work-life balance, which I think is really important nowadays,
Yep.
since people are really taking more importance in mental health. Yeah, you said that the work was hard, yet it's rewarding in a sense. So could you tell us a story about how Financier has made significant changes in financial inclusion for people in maybe Southeast Asia?
So I'd say we're only getting started on that. It's really early days. It's very difficult to give direct stories for that right now, but we're working hard on doing so, and we definitely want to bring out those stories. And I think another thing that we're working on is we also believe that at, let's say, the global level, like there's indicators that exist for financial inclusion. You can find them at the World Bank. The United Nations has done some work in that space. Various nonprofits have done so as well. But it's sort of rooted in an older style of what financial inclusion means. And it frequently means, do I have a bank account, right? And so you'll see stats like, 70% of Indonesians are either unbanked or underbanked. You'll see similar stats for many other countries in Southeast Asia. Sometimes they're much worse. Like the rate of banking access, for example, in a country like Cambodia or Vietnam is really, really low. It's like well under 50%. So you'll see stats like that, and those are taken to be the proxy for lacking access to financial services. But I don't think it's really a good measure anymore, because I may not need a bank account if I have a really, really good e-wallet service that gives me everything I need. I do payments, digital payments. I can do lending. I can even do things like buy now, pay later in my wallet service. So like, why do I need a bank account? So, and in fact, you may still need one, by the way, particularly maybe if you're a business owner or you other things you need to do. But it's like one of many tools you could potentially use now. So I think we need to be measuring something else. That can no longer be the metric of financial inclusion. We need to measure, like, when you need capital or a loan, can you get it? And how long does it take you to get it? And how many offers did you get? And what was the interest rate, sort of a good rate or like a really, really high rate? So I think you need to start doing different measures, and we're interested in actually developing stuff like that. So we're working with some of these international NGOs to see whether we can start maybe building some new measures for that as well, to actually see our impact, because we're motivated by the impact.
Okay, that's really great. I think we have one more question for you. So any tips for our participants tomorrow for their hackathon?
Yeah, great. I'd say the most important is, back to echo what I said earlier, is, really be crystal clear about defining who is your user. And your user is like the company you're building your service for, but not only. It's like who within that company would actually be using your service. So are you providing a UX? Then who's the actual person using the UX? Like, is it someone in the admin of the company? Is it a salesperson in the company? Is it, whatever it is, right? Really define that very, very crystal clear, because being able to tell the actual exact user story is incredibly powerful. And not just like a generic user story, but like really define your persona. So my persona is Sarah, and her job is this, and her income is this, and she, is or is not married, and she has like what are her needs, what she's looking to do, like how much time she's spending in the app, or is it like really, really quickly and get it done and move on to something else, or like the more you can sort of personalize and empathize with that individual, like draw a picture of them on a sticky note and like just keep thinking of it. I think my experience in product has told me that the more you do that, the more you are really clear about who you're actually looking to serve as a user, the better product that you will build. So that would be my piece of advice as a product person.
Okay, so I guess we can wrap this up. I think your talk was really insightful and great. There's this massive gap between what is actually supplied in the market versus what is actually needed. So it's really interesting to learn from your talk on how open finance can really solve the problem. And super interesting that you guys have internships opportunities. So yeah, the comments are going crazy for that. A lot of people,
please hit us up.
Yeah, a lot of people are really interested in Financier's internship program, especially there's an opening product manager internship. So yeah, you guys might actually have a chance to work with Fergus, which is a really big deal, guys. That's crazy.
Cheers.
Yeah, so I think we can wrap this up. Thank you so much, Fergus, for your time.
Thank you. Really learned Thank you, Garuda Hacks, and have a happy hackathon, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, guys, so a quick reminder that if you want to watch this talk again we had with Financier, it'll be up on our YouTube channel right after our session is done today. So yeah, I guess we can move on with the next speaker, which is from two speakers actually tonight, which is from Ice House. So we have Khairil Ushan and Muhammad Abdi Pratama. So our next two speakers are representatives of Ice House. So Mr. Khairil Ushan and Mr. Muhammad Abdi Pratama work as software engineers in Ice House. So they will be presenting a talk about architecting mobile application project from front end to back end. So let's give them a warm welcome. And as a reminder, please put all your questions in the chat below, and we would answer them right after the presentation. Yeah. So yeah, let's give them a warm welcome. Hi guys.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hello.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, can
Yeah.
you hear
Great
me?
to have you guys.
Yes.
Could you maybe give us a short introduction about who you are, and then you can like start off with your presentation.
Okay. Should I go, Masumi? Okay. So, hello everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you. Thank you for everyone that attending this session tonight, and of course, thanks for Garuda Hacks for having us here. In case you missed our another ICE House talk last night from our country manager Nathan. Just to give you a little bit introduction about Ice House, Ice House is a software agency company. So we work on various different client. We are focusing on mobile application projects, and yeah, we mostly, I will say, build from medium to large scale of mobile application. And yeah, and before we getting started, allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Hairil, and here I am with my friend.
Yeah, this is me, Abdi. We are as a
Okay,
engineer in ISO.
yeah. Me and Abdi are currently working as a software engineer at Icehouse. And so here in this session, uh, we are going to share what we have learned during our experiences developing all those applications from various clients. So first of all, let me share my screen. Can everyone see my screen now? Okay. So, tonight we are gonna talking about how we at ISOS architecting our mobile application project. So in this session, we are gonna start talking from the front end side, and then later Abdi will take over to talk in detail about how we architect our backend side. Okay, let's start from the front end side. Basically, in a front end application, there we can separate our application into these two giant blocks. The first one is the UI, and the second part is the infrastructure. When we are talking about UI and mobile application, on yes, as a little bit of disclaimer, we are focusing this talk on Android and iOS platform. So when we are talking about UI on Android side, then this is your XML files, or this is your subclass of your activity or subclass of your fragment. And in iOS side, then when you're talking about UI, then this is your XIV, your storyboard, or a subclass of your UIV controller or UI view and whatever the UI kit has. But actually, that's a bit of legacy way of doing UI. If you are talking a bit more on modern approach of building UI, then on Android side, we are going to talking about Jetpack Compose, and on the iOS side, we are going to talking about Swift UI. That's a little bit overview on what we have on this UI box. And about the infrastructure part, when we're talking about infrastructure, then in front end, we are talking about all the core components that will provide the necessary data for our UI to be rendered on screen. So a little bit later, we're going to talk in detail about each of these blocks, and we are going to start from the UI. As I mentioned before, in this session, we are going to focusing on Android and iOS only. And as also I mentioned before that on Android, we are focusing on Jetpack Compose since that's the de facto way of doing UI nowadays. And on iOS side, we are going to talking about Swift UI. And there is this one thing that in common between these two UI framework, which is they are embracing declarative programming way of building UI. So what is actually declarative programming? In declarative world, we are focusing on describing what we want to do instead of how we do it. For example, in a legacy way in UIKit or in your XML Android, when you're building, let's say, a text that you want to display on a screen, then in iOS, we will play with UI level control, right? And to display a text, we need to configure the frame, the X and Y coordinates, and also the width and height of this UI label. And then if you're using auto layout, and then you need to configure NS layout constraint of your UI label. That's how we're describing our UI. That's the legacy way on UIKit. And compare to Swift UI or JPEG Compose, when you want to display a text, this both framework already provide you with a text that you can just say on your composable function or your Swift UI view that you just want to display a text. And another one thing that in common between these declarative UI framework is that they are embracing us to build a small and stateless component so it can be highly reusable across the apps. So this is one of the best practice of building your composable function and your Swift UI view, which is build it very specific and small. And most of the time you want to build it stateless so it can be reusable on across all of the screen on your applications. Let's take a look a little bit snippets on JPEG Compose and Swift UI. Let's say you want to build a news list screen where we display list of news, of course, and then on each row of the screen, you want to display image on the left side and then 2 tags on the right side. How you do it in JPEG Compose? Then you're gonna have to create this composable function with this composable annotation, and then you use this lazy column to display a vertical list, and then you supply the data through this items function, and then here we describe what we want to do, what we want to display. We want to display image and 2 tags horizontally. That's why we use row. And then we can see both of these text is wrapped inside a column composable. That means that we want to display this text vertically aligned. So we have image on the left side and 2 text on the right side that vertically align. This is how we do it on JPEG Compose. And let's take a look on how we do it in Swift UI world. In Swift UI, it's fairly similar to what we have in JPEG Compose. We'll use this list view, and then we will loop through the data using this for each. And then you can see we use edge stack here, which we can translate the edge stack to horizontal stack. That means we will render this image and the fish stack horizontally aligned. And then we can see that there is 2 tags that wrap inside a V stack, which we can translate a vertical stack. So we can, from this code only, we kind of can get a picture how the UI will looks like. Again, image on the left side, and then 2 of the tags on the right side that vertically align. And here it is, how it's more or less will look like, with both on JPEG Compose and Swift UI. That's about declarative programming. Another thing that come by default with these 2 framework is they are reactive by nature. So here we will embracing reactive programming, another type of programming. So let's talk a little bit about Swift UI. In Swift UI, there's this add state, you can say annotation. Then when we change the add state, your UI will also change. So this approach of Swift UI and JPEG Compose will result in there is one particular architecture that I think are really suitable with this reactive style of Jetpack Compose and Swift UI, which is the unidirectional data flow. So what is actually this unidirectional data flow? We can see this simple diagram on the right side. So basically, let's say we have a view model, controller, presenter, or whatever you want to name your stakeholder. And we also have a view. So your view model will stream a state to your view, and your view will also stream an action to your view model. So this cycle will happen all the time in the life cycle of our view. Let's exercise a little bit with an example here. Let's say you are building a checkout screen with a checkout button. So when a user tap a checkout button, we want to do, let's say, a network service, show the loading. When the network service is done, we dismiss the loading, and then we navigate the, let's say, success screen. How this will work in unidirectional data flow way. First, view will send action the check on button tap, for example. We can see this action as an enum in Swift, and we can make it as a seal class on your Kotlin. So we have enum of action with checkout button tap case. So when user tap the button, we send this action to the view model or store or whatever the name of your stakeholder. So view model will receive this action, checkout button tap, and then your view model can decide what to do with this action. So then view model will decide to call another network service, let's say your checkout service, and then your view model will send a state with its loading equal to true. Then view will receive this new state. Since Swift UI and Jetpack Compose is reactive by default, they can listen to these state changes by default. So it's built-in functionality inside these frameworks. So when they receive new state with its loading equal to true, we can display, let's say, a progress view. Let's say the checkout service is done, and then our view model will send another state to the view, which is its loading equal to false, and then we can give it a route, which is a route that success string. This route can be an enum or seal class in your Kotlin. Again, view will receive this new state and then react to this new state. So because its loading is false, we can dismiss our progress view. And then because now we have the route, we can do navigate to, let's say, checkout success screen. So this is the very simple example how we do things in unidirectional data flow. So if we can create a formula of a unidirectional data flow, we can say that current state plus an action equal to new state. And that's what we have about UI. And let's move to another part from our previous diagram, which is infrastructure. The first thing that comes in infrastructure is the business entity. So what is this business entity layer in our application? So it's often say as a core of our applications. And why is it called core of our application? Because they contain business logic, business specification, and then the identity of our application. Let's say we are building an e-commerce application, then we will have business entity like product, like order, or like checkout process, user, and so on and so forth. And then we will also have a business logic like checkout, like login, logout, or add to cart, something like that. This layer will define the detailed requirement of each of business process that happen inside our apps. And then one best practice of when building a business layer is it should be independent from any platform APIs. So let's say if you're building Android application and you are creating your business layer, you should make sure that this business layer is not depending to any Android API. The same applies to iOS. When you're building your business layer for your iOS project, then you want to stay away from UIKit because that's a very specific iOS API. So you can say that when you are creating a business logic, this business logic can be applied to another platform. For example, if you're creating it in Kotlin, then you should be able to also use this part of your application to a Java desktop app, for example. The same with iOS. When you're building a business layer in your iOS application, since there is no dependency to any platform APIs, you can also use it in your watchOS application or a macOS application even. And another practice when building a business layer is it should be agnostic to any data sources. So your business layer better to not know where the data come from. They just need data, they get their data. So we need another layer that will be the gateway from our business logic to the data provider. And that layer can be implemented using a repository pattern. A little bit introduction of a repository pattern is they basically a facade of all the data sources that we have in our app. So let's say in our application, we do network call to our backend service. Then of course we will have remote data source. And then when we are doing persistency, we cache it to user defaults or set preferences or keychain when you are storing sensitive data. And then you will also have a local data source. So this repository layer will hold all this, will manage and hold all these different data sources. So your business entity that we talked before will only communicate with this repository layer. So they don't need to know that the data is come from a network or come from your set preferences or user defaults. Okay, as I mentioned before, this layer will provide data to our business entity, to our business rules. So with all that in mind, if we draw our architecture, it's more or less will look like this. So we have a view that will communicate and talk to view model, controller, presenter, or whatever you want to name your stakeholders. And then the stakeholders will communicate with the business layer, the business entity, business rules. And then, as I mentioned before, our business layer will only talk with repository because they better to be agnostic to any data sources. And then our repository will manage all these data sources. Let's exercise with a little bit example. Let's say we want to build login screen. So maybe we can draw a diagram to look like this. So we have this login screen in Android. This can be your composable functions. On iOS side of thing, this can be your Swift UI view. So this login screen will communicate with login view model using that unidirectional data flow that we mentioned before. And our login view model will communicate with login use case. We'll talk a little bit later about why this login use case is important here. And login use case will communicate with out repository. It's not, I prefer it to not name this as a login repository because out repository can contain several functions that related to authentication, which is in your out repository, you can have like login function, logout function, reset password function, something like that, all that related and specific to the authentication. And then your out repository will manage out remote data source and then also out local data source. Maybe we can question why our login view model not interact directly with the out repository. Because in complex scenario, when we do login, we are not just logging in. I mean, uh, in our experience, there is cases when we do log in, we also need to do another thing. For example, subscribing to push notification provider with a user's device token and so on and so forth. And that should not be exposed to the view, to the login view model, because in theory, login view model only want to do login, right? They the login funnel basically should not care whether you do subscribe to a push notification provider or whatever. They just want to know that I want to log in, whether it's success or fail. So all those business specification behind the login process will live inside this login use case. This is why this login use case become the description, the detail of a login specification in our application. Yeah, and that's about architecture. And another here, I will talk a little bit about some good practices that I think can improve our code base maintainability. The first one is when we are creating all those components before your view model, or your interactor, or use cases, repository, and whatever, better to keep it focused to its responsibility. So we don't want to have giant repository. Well, they contain all the data data process from all domain. So we want to keep it focused. That's why we have like out repository. We don't just have one single God class like repository only. So we will have out repository. We will have user repository. We will have like a cart repository if this is an e-commerce app. So we better to make it focus to its own domain. Another thing is when you're building the relation between each of this component is, so this component will depends on each other, right? And when we're creating our class or struct or whatever it is, we better to depends on some form of abstraction. So in Kotlin, where you want to depends on interface or abstract class instead of the actual implementation class. The same with iOS side, you want to depends on protocol. Your component should not be exposed directly with the actual implementation type. We can see this short code snippet here written in Kotlin. So we have this auth repository, and we have the default implementation that we call auth default repository. It has two dependency. The first one is the remote data source, and the second one is local data source. As you can see here, we depends on the abstraction, which is the interface of remote data source and local data source. Why you are doing this? Because it's easy to replace the implementation later on. Let's say we want to do refactor on our network layer, so it's on the remote data source. As long as the contract is not changed, there should not be any changes as well on the deeper layer, on the repository or your use case, your view model. Your view should not be affected by the changes that you made on your network layer, because that's specific on the remote data source. That's one of the benefits that we depends on some form of abstraction here. Another thing that maybe I already mentioned before, that the importance of injecting our dependency. So we don't want to create this out default repository and let it create its own dependency. That's why we inject it here through constructor injection. Another benefit of injecting dependency is easy to replace, as I mentioned before. So it's easy to test. So let's say when we want to test this out default repository, we want to create unit tests, for example, we can mock, we can create a fake implementation of this remote data source and fake implementation of this local data source. And we need to the next thing is when we are integrating a third party into our app, we better to make to hide the implementation detail of this library, so it in the future again it's easy to replace it. For example, this code snippet here, let's say we have this abstract inbox content data source, and one function is get inbox list. So this code is Swift code. So get inbox list will return inbox and its async function. If you are Kotlin developers, then async function is equal to your suspend function in Kotlin world. So we can create extension embracing language features such as this extension function. So we can create extension function for this Firestore, where Firestore here is a component inside the Firebase SDK. So we can create the extension for this Firestore and implement the inbox content data source. So the other part that depends on this content data source feeds will only get exposed to this inbox content data source without knowing that the data is coming from Firestore. So later, when let's say we want to migrate our inbox service from Firestore to our in-house backend service, we just need to create another content data source. So there's no changes in your repository, there's no changes on your use case layer. The same, there's no changes on your view model and view, as long as the contract of this inbox is the same. Another tools that we are currently experimenting at ISOS is the ability and possibility to sharing code. If you take a look on this architectural diagram here, this business entity, repository, and the data sources should be 100% identical both in iOS and Android, because the network, the backend service that you call should be the same between all these platforms, right? And the business specification, since by nature they should be independent to the platform, so it should be the same. So it's better if we can have a way to share this common thing and let the view to be built in their own platform. So Vue can still be built in Jetpack Compose, and Vue can still be built in Swift UI. But the common part, like business entity, your use case, repository, or data sources, can be written once. And the tools that I'm talking here is a Kotlin multi-platform mobile. With KMM, you can create this business entity, repository, and your data sources in one language, which is Kotlin. And then the KMM plugin can export a framework, .framework in iOS side of things, and then .jar or .aar on Android. So it can be used naturally, just like your other Kotlin libraries or iOS framework. So with these, we can just write the business entity until the data source once using Kotlin, and then we can write our UI in Jetpack Compose and then in Swift UI. The benefit of doing this is we can still embracing the native behavior of this platform without forcing it to write UI once and run everywhere, where we might end up abandoning the native behavior of this platform. Another approach when doing architecting your front end is by make it modular. The first approach is by modularize it by architecture layers. For example, this diagram on the right side, you can have, so each of these blocks can be your one Gradle module on Android side and one Xcode project in your iOS project. So you can have one UI, a module for UI that contain your view and view model, and then it depends on another module. It can where we place all the domain things that can contains the business rules, business entity, and also the contract of our repository. Why we put the contract of our repository here? because we want to make our data module, our third module, to also depends on our domain module. So our domain module become the central of this architectural approach. Another way of modularizing our front end is modularizing it by feature. For example, you can have a module for your feature A, feature B, and feature C. Maybe they all depends on your utilities module where you put all those reusable extension, utils, class, whatever. And then you can have your main app that depends on all these modules. By doing this, you can also embracing the Android dynamic feature module. So you can, with dynamic feature module and Android, you can deliver your module lazily. So when user install your Android APK, there is no code about, let's say, feature A. But when they want to access it, Android Google Play service will download this feature A. So that's why it's called on-demand dynamic feature. Another thing is this modular architecture is good for medium and large teams. So because they can work independently, let's say there is specific team that work for feature A, there is another team that work for feature B, so they can work independently. But if you still have a fairly small team with one or two developers, I suggest you don't go crazy with modularity and modular your code base to 10 plus module because it will, it will back to you with such a pain in development, your daily development, to manage all this module with fairly small numbers of developers. And also, so you need to really find the balance between the amount of modularity that you want and the scale of your team. Another thing, the benefit of this modular architecture, if done right, is you can speed up your build time because when you work independently on specific module or specific Xcode project, you only build that module, you only build that project. Without Xcode will never build the other module, the other Xcode project where you're not depending on. So yeah, that's about it for front end topics, and I will hand it over to Abdi to continue our journey on the backend side of things. Nice, Abdi.
Okay, thank you, Khairil. I'm starting sharing my screen. Just a second. One more time. Screen. It. Share another one. This one. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, it's
Yes.
visible.
Okay, visible. Okay. Okay, Bismillah. Thanks for bringing the topic on the front end side, Rail. And let me continue the talk and more focus on the backend side. Uh, Here's the topic that I would like to share in this session. This actually the what we have been doing actually when we are starting to receive like a request to build the product, especially on the backend side. This is the approach that we usually do, and I think this is the more common, right? We can start with the first one actually. It's about the requirements. You need to know about the requirements. What is the requirements, or what is the feature specifically? And the second one is about then once you get the requirements or the feature that you want to build or you need to provide as a backend, you can go with the data modeling. and then it could be as an input as later for the API design, and optionally in the end you can have an option to scale it if there's a requirement for that. Okay, let's go some overview before we go through with these topics. Actually, I'll talk about the backend, what it actually do. The backend here in this context will be like a server in your application environment. We all know there is this kind of a connection between the client and the server, and the backend here will be a term for like to act as a server. It could be a collection of a systems or services, which also called as microservices, that has a specific function. And actually, typically, these three the function that backend will support or will handle or will do. The first one is about the handling the data, and the second one is the business logic. This kind of related between each other because the first one itself, when you're handling the data, when the backend handling the data, uh, some kind of implementation need to be considered there, and also you also need to consider what type of data store that fit into that data, and also the specific feature that you want to support. So basically, you need to consider about to handling the data in and out, store and retrieve it, and also populate it. And as a input for your business logic here, business logic more consists of like what your features needs, like for instance that you have like a login feature, what type of data that you need in there. So this kind of was related, and also in the business logical as well there. A lot of things may involve in this one actually, not only about the data but also some kind of implementation detail there, but I will not go through that. uh, and the data itself, it could be the source itself could be from internal, which is your database, or external parties, like you get it from a third party, like for instance you have to get your payment data from another payment gateway, or you have to get any data from the external party of your application, of your backend system. And the third one is, yeah, we know that we have to secure it, right? This is the hot topic. We see a lot of issue about security, also raised by some engineers also in the Twitter about one of the applications. And the thing is that about we need to consider about the security here, how we secure the process in and out, and also how we store the data, how we secure it, how we store it securely, and how the data is being retrieved, and specifically about the how you authorize the requests come from that you. This is how you allow the access to your data. Those things typically what the backend will do. And here is another overview about how I try describing about the backend itself. We all know that there is a common architecture, right, in software engineering. Like this is like a layer architecture where it contains of three, also known as a three-tier architecture, right? But in this case, actually, I try to adopt it to help me to describe about what the backend has, what the technology that's in the backend side. And these are the things that actually these tools, this platform, this uh, programming language and anything in there, that's the thing that you need to be considered when building the system in the back end. uh, but we will not talk a lot about this, especially on the business logic. We will talk a little bit on the presentation layer and also the data store. As you can see in there, I believe most of you already familiar with this. Some of you may familiar with this one as well. In the presentation layer, as you can see, there is a REST, the REST API, and also WebSocket, gRPC, GraphQL, and those kind of way that how you abstract your access, or you give an interface to your backend systems to access your data, to access the result of behind your backend system, to access the data behind that. And a lot of formatted support, as you can see, there is a JSON, XML, protobuf, and the others. And for the business logic itself, yeah, we'll talk just a little bit in here. For specifically on the programming language, uh, this the yeah, we know that this is the thing, this is the core, right? You need to define this first, based on your expertise, based on your resource or team expertise. Like you in ISOs, for instance, like in ISOs that we have Golang and also Kotlin. We usually use those two for a backend, and also we can have another language as well, but we need to find more people that have expertise on it. But usually we use Golang and also Kotlin for that. And this is the thing that you can choose based on your expertise, based on your team capability. And the other thing that you can choose the framework that helps you to fasten the development, but beware of that using it, that you may need to know, because it brings like abstraction, right? It wraps everything that you need to know what's really inside that. But it depends on if you're using the major one. You don't really have to think about it, just use it, and you can just at least you can see, you can refer to the documentations of the framework itself. And the third party library, that's same, and also the object relational mapping, the ORM. Yeah, this is also the thing that you need to people usually use this to fasten the default one, but beware that some kind of it brings the abstraction, right? But you need to you need to be more aware of this. What it usually, it brings an issue later when but it hides some kind of implementation detail in it, right? So some issue may happen there. And also the data store layer, these are a lot of option here. As you can see, we have relational database, document store, cache, GraphDB for specialized database, and also file store for specific for file. And yeah, typically it's down to two options: relational or non-relational data store. And there is also a cache there, but that is kind of option that you need, that's more related to the scaling option. And also the specialized database like data store like GraphDB, and also that's specifically for a file or object, file store or object store like S3 and the cloud, and also the Google storage and HDFS, something like that. Those are the options that we have in the backend. Actually, this kind of how we describe what actually the technology that will be you need to consider to choose which one that you that's really fit into your case, into your feature, into your requirements. Some of already actually some of the technology is not included here, like when you have an requirement that to handle the synchronous task, like you may need to involve the pub subsystem there, like a message to message broker. And yeah, those kind of things will happen where when you go detail about the requirements later. So in actually in this talk I will more focus on the structure actually, and I will not go detail with the implementation detail. Okay, let's start with the first topic, understanding the requirements. The requirements, as you know, there it's something that needed to be defined at first time in the beginning, since you cannot go blindly code any feature. Yeah, the things that you can start with small thing, one thing at a time, but you need like some kind of reference, right? These requirements help us as an engineer to put the next stone in our road, right? In the designing and also development process, we need this as an input for us to the next step. Like, and the next one is like data modeling. API design, and choosing the technology that includes everything. Some case may happen like when you don't really refer to the requirement, you will uh, kind of like innovate, give some innovation on the solution. Like the issue may happen like can go, you can fall into the over engineering process, and also which if you don't really define something that's like in the requirement of the system, you will fall into the over engineering. Also, you will also like trapped into the principle called Yakni. You ain't gonna need it. So yeah, this is a good thing that when you can start where you start. You need to know what is the requirement, and this requirement actually consists of these two. So it's different into two actually, the functional and non-functional. To simplify that, functional will be focused on what the system do, and for non-functional itself will focus on how should the system behave regarding the feature, like what you see actually is what's behind that, and how it functions, how it behave. That kind of requirement will fall into that category. For the functional, what the system do, as the example there, as you can see, uh, the context here that we would try to build a taxi transportation application, especially for taxi. And one of the functional requirements says that we have to provide the search the available taxi nearby based on the user location, and book a taxi, and also review the order ongoing, or also the historical order. And non-functional typically will fall into these three. It could be more, but typically this could be on these three category about the maintainability or scalability and also reliability. As you can see, the example when the requirement says that I need this system to be developed and ready for any challenge for the next 10 years. Those fall into the maintainability category. You need to handle that if the requirements clearly states something about that. And also the reliability says that the requirement says that the system have to keep uh, the availability for 24/7. And also for the scalability, when you have initial like the expectation for the request, and it increase somehow based on you, it could be increased by the direction of the current transaction also, or you need to target, you have target more when you have the opportunity. Some business owner will say that we need to target like more than the current what we have supported. So it's more fall into the scalability. Okay. The next one, once you have requirements, you know about the requirements, or let's be specific in this, like the feature, one of features, you need to define the data modeling. This is on the main thing actually in backend side, and why it is important, because here the system runs driven by the data, means that everything's in your backend system from the uh, front side, and also you receive the request, and also you handle that, and also it goes to your business logic layer, and also it goes to the data. Basically what runs into it, what's the flow, it brings the data, right? And you need to consider about the how you store it, how you handle it, how you populate it, how you read it, right? So everything is runs driven by the data itself. You need to consider about this one. And data is like a common language usually used by the client and server, specifically for like the engineer, like front end engineer, also back end engineer. This kind of data is like a common language where we talk about when the front end say that for this feature I need this A B C D data, and also the backend will backend engineer will confirm that, and will look at into the current data model that they have in the backend. Is it visible or not, or they need to do some kind of improvement. So this this is like I categorize it, I name it as common language to help us to collaborate. And it's also help us to define the data store that really fit into this data model. Okay, here is the best scenario. As you can see, the first thing that we need to do is actually define the entity. Like Harry says in the previous talk about on the front end side that we have to define business entity on the front end side, right? And so this is the same thing actually. We need to know what's the entity in our application, and specifically in this context, is a backend. What's the entity that live in your systems? You need to define that, and also after that, you can define the schema, whether it's SQL based, relational, or more like a document store or non-relational. This choosing the schema comes with a constraint actually. Whether you choose to go with SQL based query, like a Postgres, like any relational database, or like a document store, a non-relational database like MongoDB. Some cases may easy for both or one of them. Some may difficult. So, for instance, like what I know that we face the issue when we joining the data or aggregate the data, right? As we know in the relational database like Postgres, it brings the functionality like a built-in function to join. Just you can just type it a join from which table to which table, and also that function is already brings as a built-in of the relational database that help us to join the data from some tables. But it's kind of different with choose to have it when you have this non-relational, like for instance the MongoDB for your data store. As far as I know, until yeah, now that you to aggregate the data, you need like to handle it on the application layer, not on the data store layer, like database layer. So that's still fine, but yeah, it depends on you which your that's really fit into your uh, convenience as a developer, as an engineer. You have to think about that when because this is how you it's also impact on how you define the schema itself. This I take for the example that we give example like we use the Postgres here or the not relational. We define the entity first. There is entity user and also post. We and then convert it into the schema like this. User contains these attributes and so post contain these attributes. It's not only contains the attribute, but also will contains about the behavior or the function. And once you have defined the data model itself, and those could be the input for you to define the API design. So we already have the entity, right? You already have the define the schema, the data itself on our backend, and then we start to like open the access to it. Like we start to represent the access to each of these entity or this resource in our system. This is kind of the best practice that you can follow actually. You can also you communicate with the front end team, especially for specific feature. uh, you can talk with them which data that you need for that specific screen or for that specific feature on your site. So when it is needed actually matter because you need to know because the data it could become from one or two table, right? So when it's really needed at the same time that you need to have some functionality or implementation that to aggregate the data and then represents back to the front end side that really need the data itself, and be consistent with the structure, especially structure response and error response, and also document it. You can this is one of the a good thing. We also refer to every engineer, I believe that I'll refer to Stripe as a good documentation API. We really appreciate all of the engineering in Stripe that document the API very well. Yeah, you can document it using the open API specifications or any. or like a Swagger, at least yeah, you can document it and make sure that any changes to it that you have to inform that the consumer of it, like the front end team. Here is the example. I will just with this one, with briefly explain about this one, and I'll take as I mentioned in the beginning that we have some interface like a REST API and also gRPC and also WebSocket and the others. But in this case, I will just explain about the REST API itself. And as you can see, this is something that you may find common in your like when you're typing on your browser, and also or when you communicating with a real backend API. It contains a protocol and also the host and also the path to your resource, which refer to your entity or the data that you define in the backend side, and also some kind of a field that to define what attributes, what filter that you need from that resource actually. And this is pretty common actually for the backend and the REST API itself. The verbs is like a get, post, and put and delete. Some may add like a page and also option and light that's come from the HTTP 1.1. This is how the request and response for the API itself. Request brings the when you create a request to the backend APIs, REST API especially, it will have like a request header and a request body there. In the request header itself will contain some fields like authorization, content type, content line, and also connection, step, etc. Specifically for the authorization, that will this is the thing that how you define about the how you secure the access itself. You need to bring like the secure key there. You need to put it there. And also for the response itself, the status code, it contains of status code, response header, response body. People just need to control about the status code. This is for the REST API. You can just refer to status code 200, 300, 400, and also 500. Yeah, that will later will be consumed by your implementation. And the next one is about scaling. Why scaling is needed? Yeah, it's needed when the requirement change more on the no, or more on the non-functional. Like on it could be the load or the data increase means the for the initial the system could support 10k users request at the same time, and the demand increase to 1 million. So we need to like measure that does the current one still support it or not, or do we need some kind of improvement? And we have the option like a vertical scaling and also horizontal scaling. But yeah, for the vertical scaling, briefly about that, it's more like how you make your system stronger, and it means that you increase the hardware, the spec like the CPU memory, while the horizontal scaling that you add more the same identical system, identical server or instance that have the same spec, but it includes constraint with it when you have the horizontal scaling, especially when you have a state with it. Horizontal scale more like splitting the load between the servers by adding load balancer. This is pretty common approach, and also it also help us to load to routing the request from one to, and it increase the redundancy, right, as you know, and also that also bring good more on the reliability, and also at the same time bring good in the scalability. But the things that you need to consider when it brings or involves the state, some issue that you may find is like known as a cap theorem. Uh, it needs more another session with this. But for to simplify that, for especially on the backend and on the database, when you have like multiple instances like that, you may find the cap theorem specifically on how strict about the consistency, how you will do it as strictly or eventually. So with strict is more like how you when you write the data, and it should be available for all of the another typical instance. the same instance. And also eventually it's more like when you write the data, it could be available but needs time for to be available for each of them. The other one, when you focus on the data, splitting the data itself, when you try to increase the data, the demand for the lot of the data itself, the option would be like the starting here. It's more like splitting the data between the servers. uh, scale each of them independently. It could be start by feature. For instance, that you have a region, Asia, Europe, and also America. You can just have it started by the feature or started by hashing user ID itself. There's also one of the known term here known as a consistent hashing, but it needs more session to discuss about that. And replication is more like on the how you try to replicate it into multiple servers. This will have give some benefit when you have like specific requirement. It's required that you have to you support that rate intensive data. So it means that you can just choose which one that could handle the read process, which one that could handle the write process. But this needs to be synced, right? So that's why eventual consistency needs to be there to update the data to make sure that you don't get you always get the real time data there. And when you increase the load, when you put load balancing there, it will increase the it will reduce actually it will increase the latency a little bit. So in order to reduce that, the common approach is to add caching. Uh, and you can also use CDN for example in here, just to like catch your assets or static assets there. And also you can add one layer before it goes to your backend, like in memory cache. You can also use Redis there before it goes to your database. So that's basically try to reduce the latency. But this kind of scaling actually could be come later. It's an option when you have like when the demand increase, especially on the load of the data and or the request itself. Okay, actually, I have one use case here to design the Instagram app. Yeah, I try to demonstrate how those topics will be useful for defining or designing an application, especially on the backend side. Uh, just quick on this one. So we start with the requirements. What is the requirement? Like for Instagram, we know that we can see the user feed, we can create the post, and we can see the profile. This is just a little bit of the functionality that we describe here. And define the entity. So we have to define the entity there. You have the user, post, images, and in here we choose. Since we can see the relation between it, you can just use. Typically, we can just go with the relational database at first. And also as we know that there is images includes there involved there, so we need to provide the file store that's kind of different of data store that specifically store the image. And what goes to the relational database is just the image URL, as you can see. And then with that input we have the entity, right? So we need to open the access to each of this entity. So we define the service specifically on the API design first. We define there is a slash account and slash post. We open the access to the user's data and also the post data there. And here is its structure. Uh, we have the load balancer, where I have at least two instances to serve the backend, and also we have the database and also file store. Then those two can access its database and also the file store. So, yeah, that's all I think from the backend side. Thank you. So it's DNA now.
Right, sorry. Right. I think that was a really, really interesting talk. I think a lot of people learned from it. Um, so yeah, we do have a lot of questions in the comments, so I'll go through that right now. So the first question is from Fanny C. Is there any big difference between architecture of functional versus declarative? If we want to migrate one app that uses Swift to Swift UI, is it possible or better to start from scratch?
Yep. Let
I
me
think
take this
Tyrell
one.
can answer that.
Yes. Okay. Actually, yeah, there is a bit different between functional and declarative, but in practice, if we see a framework nowadays, like Swift UI and Composable, they are declarative framework that build on top of functional programming principle, actually. And so, yeah, and this functional declarative or object oriented is not something that we should strictly use only one, but they can all be combined into our project to solve any problem in our application. Actually. So yeah, when you can have an app and solve your problem using object-oriented programming, another problem you can solve it using reactive programming. There's so all of this is just tools for developers to solve their daily problem actually. So it's not just something that we should religiously use only one and then we should not use the other. Yeah.
Okay, I hope that answers your question, Fanny. And the next question we have is from Elisa. So I think what she's trying to say is that um, when there's an issue found on an application, after debugging, um, sometimes pasti ada lempar-lemparan lah ya between front end and back end. Now, how do you usually approach that problem when this happens?
I can start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Monggo,
So
monggo.
it's more like we lempar-lemparan, right? Yeah, we can stop with the conflict first, and we need to bring the data. So we need to find where is actually the issue is. Uh, it it could be easily could be found when it's related with the data, especially when we can just like spread it into a box, right? Here's the front end box and here's the back end box. So each of them will look at into will have the same issue reported, right? So just they go can just go through each of their side to decide or to look at into the problem. Where is this data may come from? Is it from your side or from your side? So I don't think that we will have like an issue like we lempar-lemparan like that. So yeah, that usually happen, but we have to think more like be more objective in here. Like we can work as a team, right? And this product is built as a team, not as a backend team, also the front end team, but as a product team. We are here as front end and backend. So we try to solve the problem, and we usually actually we have a lot of issue actually in production, and we try to solve that as a team.
Okay, so teamwork makes the dream work, yeah. Don't blame on each other.
Like,
Don't blame on each other on what's wrong, but rather work together and figuring out what's actually going on. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's really good advice. Especially for the hackathon tomorrow. You guys are going to be in teams, so yeah, definitely watch out for that advice. So Angelique asked, what type of programming languages do you guys usually use?
I'll start on front-end side. We mainly use Kotlin for Android side and also using Swift on the iOS side. We also start working with Flutter. So it's Dart programming language on Flutter. Yeah, that's on the front-end side. And on the back-end side, Asabi?
and on the backend side, yes, I mentioned in the slide as well. We mainly use Golang and also Kotlin using the Spring framework.
Okay, so we have another question from Elisa lagi dulu kali ya. Which architecture that Icehouse mostly use for both front end and back end, and why? Is it usually different between clients, or is it always the same?
I assume it's more like the architecture on the code, right? The structure of the code. If it's on the code itself, yeah, in the backend, most likely we use like we have some kind of standard here, like we use three-tier layer architecture, and we adopt it to the structure of the code. We have like, if you know, there will be a handler, and also there will be where your business logic goes to. Like you have the application layer, then also you have the data store layer there. And some kind of reference we use also as well is the clean architecture. So this on the backend side. For the front end side.
Yeah. One thing that I realized alongside this doing development for almost 7 years now, we should let our ego when we have to decide the solution of our problem. So let's say we are using this architecture A on client A. We realize there is a problem. We realize we made a mistake. We should move. We don't force it to use it in another client. So yeah, basically we will use the same architecture, but since we're learning, this is the job when non-stop learning. So yeah, we will keep evolving our architecture.
Okay.
One of the key though, I sorry, just want to add a little bit about architecture is there is no one absolute correct architecture for all problem. But in my opinion, as long as we keep it consistent through the whole code base, it can be a better ecosystem for developers. Even for the newcomer, it will be easier for them to understand and read through the whole code base if it's consistent. So yeah, because as a developers, even though in the Hollywood movie, developers seems like writing all the time, but on reality, we're mostly reading more instead of writing. So to create a good ecosystem of code base that can be read better, I think it's yeah, the key is to be consistent. Yeah.
Okay, next question is that how do you decide which new technology stack or framework to adapt? Do you have any R&D unit or process to research on this?
Yeah. So in ISS, we are uh, we are given time to do our personal learning. So instead of beside doing the project stuff, we also given some portion to do learning for ourselves. So yeah, in this learning, since in ISOs we are there's mentorship, so our mentor can give guidance to the mentee on what next for them to research on. So yeah, we usually use that time to research on new things.
Okay, I guess we have time for like around 3 more questions. Risky ask, "Hi, why don't you guys use cross-platforms framework like Flutter or React Native? Is there any certain reasons?"
Yeah, in terms of cross-platform solution, we currently looking into Flutter actually. So, but as a company, we still proposed native development, which is you do it natively with Kotlin on Android or natively on iOS, because we can still guarantee the native behavior on the each of this platform. If we do it cross-platform, we sometimes will force the behavior to be unified when actually they are different, because iOS users will expect iOS behavior on their app, and Android user will expect Android behavior on their app. If we force it to be the same, if we follow iOS design guideline on Android, then it will be feel awkward for the Android users experience. That's one of the risks of doing a cross-platform, actually, in my opinion.
Okay, ada one more question from Adriadi Savana. If we use the modular architecture, may we need to think about how to manage the many modules?
Yeah, just like what I said on my slide, that when we are doing modular architecture, it can help us to like develop independently between teams. But if our team is just consists of like two to four developers, I think we need to be we need to think a little bit more careful about the amount of module that we want to create, in our project, because it will become pain to develop if we just have small number of people but a huge amount of module. So yeah, we better start from the small number of module, like one or two is good enough, as long as our code is separated by layer, even though they're still on the same module, and we follow the best practices. When the time comes to break it down to make a more module, it will be easier for it to be separated. Yeah.
Okay, so I think one last question. I think I'm speaking for everybody here. I see that you have your Ice House shirt on.
Yeah.
So I think my next question would be, are you guys hiring? Is Ice House hiring? Maybe for internships or full-time positions at the moment?
Yes, we always hiring. Yeah, we currently still hiring for any position. For anyone interested, you can go to our website, icehousecorp.com. There's many open position there. And for internship, we open for internship, and we actually currently still on internship program in our office. So there is uh, many interns currently involved in ISO's day to day in our
Okay, so
office. Yeah.
if you guys are interested, definitely hit them up or check their website because they do have openings at the moment. So you guys are constantly growing, dong, yeah? So it's a good thing that you guys are always hiring. It means you're growing and growing.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
high demand.
Oh, sorry, Mas. You were
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, it's because of the high demand as well.
Ah, okay, okay. So that's good for business. Okay. Next, I guess last question is, this is something I always ask every speaker that come up. Any tips or tricks for the hackathon participants tomorrow? Because I know that Icehouse just had a mini hackathon yourselves like the other weekend, if I'm not mistaken. Like Nathan mentioned that you guys had a hackathon last weekend. So maybe like any tips or tricks that you can give our participants.
Maybe I can start. From the name, it's hackathon, so it's all about hack. Even though this last 1 hour we talked about the proper way of building software, all the clean code principles, but in hackathon, you want to focusing on solving the problems. So maybe you will abandon some of the principles of your clean code and focusing solely on the solving the problems. And you better pick the most confident tools that you want to use. If you are like Kotlin developers, then you want to use Kotlin. Except if you use this hackathon as a learning mechanism and want to try something new, yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, and Masandi is here. Is one of
I
our
see.
champion.
Yeah, I see the comments going like, Abdi's team won the ice kathon. Then Mas Abdi was like a little bit giggling. How was it winning the hackathon, Mas? Do you feel good? What did you guys win? Hi, Mas.
Yeah,
Can you hear?
yeah, I have a good. I have. Yeah, as I mentioned that we have win this hackathon in this year in the internal hackathon. The tip that I could just give is like you need to know about your team first, that and also little bit risk that you need to take to solve the problem. As Khairul mentioned that hackathon is more like how you give a solution to the problem, right? And I like the idea about that this hackathon in Garuda Hacks, like for a solution for the small business. So in the tip that I could give for that is like we can just start small, like focus on the problems, and also give a thing simple, like that's the main thing. And also you have to know about your team, and that's the key point. And also do it first and do it better later. So like Hero said, just focus on the solve the problem.
Okay, so
but start small, right?
start small first and think about how to improve later on and how to innovate. I guess that's a really
Yeah,
good
one at a
that's a really good advice, Mas. Thank you so much. I think yeah, I think that's all the time that we have for today. Thank you so much to both of you guys for attending and volunteering to speak for our for our speaker series. Thank you so much and have a good night, guys.
Have a good night. Thank you for having us. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys, so that's all the time that we have for today. Um, Actually, don't forget to check out our YouTube channel if you guys want to rewatch all the talks that we had since yesterday. You can also rewatch the talk that we had today. We're also going to have a talk next week. Oh, sorry, it's tomorrow till the end of this week. So yeah, don't forget to stay tuned and keep keep seeing just updates on our Instagram. I guess that's it. Thank you guys for today. Bye.